Young Leaper.
I got a bad bitch with me. I got the bad niggas in me. You got a bunk bitch, huh? I love when the bad bitches hit me. They love when I'm back in the 50. They love when I'm grabbing that shimmy. They love when I'm back in the 50. They love when I'm grabbing that shimmy. I got a bad bitch with me. I got the bad niggas in me. You got a bunk bitch, huh? I love when the bad bitches hit me. They love when I'm back in the 50. They love when I'm grabbing that shimmy. They love when I'm back in the 50. They love when I'm grabbing that shimmy. All legit, no counterfeit. Don't believe me, go and ask your bitch. I'ma treat the hoe like a Huffy bike and have her leaning like activists. 2 and 3, some savages. Niggas know who Young Lavish is. I'ma do it like Nike. That's why you niggas can't stand the kid. 2 and 3 be the click, bitch. JCS my other brother. I can get the shit from the block, boy. I don't fuck around with you other suckers. Life came like a lightsaber. My autograph and her vibrator. I'm shaking shit. I shake the bitch. I hate the bitch like an hour later, I shake the bitch, I hate the bitch like an hour later, I shake the bitch, I hate the bitch like an hour later. I got a bad bitch with me. I got the bad niggas in me. You got a bunk bitch, huh? I love when the bad bitches hit me. They love when I'm back in the 50. They love when I'm grabbing that shimmy. They love when I'm back in the 50. They love when I'm grabbing that shimmy. I got a bad bitch with me. I got the bad niggas in me. You got a bunk bitch, huh? I love when the bad bitches hit me. They love when I'm back in the 50. They love when I'm grabbing that shimmy. They love when I'm back in the 50. They love when I'm grabbing that shimmy.
I might pull up on your block, whipping and hand me, gripping and send me. I'm on one cause I've been sipping some Remy. These bitches wanna chew because that pimpin' is in me. It ain't on me and I ain't never been no phony. If I can't get no money with you, then we can't be homies. Ran a few racks up, had to get it by my lonely. I didn't hit it before, now shorty wanna give me some more like Buster. Damn, that ass shake like jam, that's why I call her Smucker. She just call me daddy every single time I fuck her. Get up in that box and hit it hard, it might rupture. Now she soaking wet and then she wanted me to ass fuck her. After I eat that pussy up just like the last supper. I shown so much love, now I don't feel the hate. Yo nigga rap cool, but he's still a fake. I came about the mud and start dealing weight. Now I'm investing in stocks and real estate. My bitch gon' ride for me even if the wheels are break. I be killing shit from the wilderness like a wildebeest. If it's a play to make it, I'ma be smashing up quickly. You hit my line, then I decline when I'm bagging up 50s. Easy.
La ciencia.
Me, myself, and I still pushing forward, I'm ahead like die. Standing on my flow with my head to the sky. Pass on a bitch, young rip, drop dimes. It's been a rough road, gotta look for the signs. I'm married to this music, so I cook for my bride. Flip out like a skateboarder, look how I grind. It took a long time, but I'm right on time. I'm progressing, that's progressive, I got bars like a correction. Still chasing petty cash, that's a mantis. I want extra, I stop searching for my pops. I hold my nuts just like a checkup. I get physical, I'm copping just like Interpol. I play on words like a syllable. To me the world is fading. Hold this L just like a Laker. Like a birthday, my shit caking. It get messy like an apron. I pick out just like some bacon, and I sizzle like it too. Can't forget about you, boo. It feel like we on a loop. Same shit, different day. I don't know what's really true. I get high as I leave hoops. Who gon' give me what I'm owed? Man, I guess nobody knew. And I know that money talks, so what it said is probably true. It's the feeling that I get and the shit I'll probably do to get through or get by. I get fly, cause I'm Jeff Goldblum in my mind. Tell them hoes to fall in line. If you thought I fell off, bitch, I'm back like my spine. Hot as homemade pie. That's the pro rate, ma. I'm a pro, ain't I? Sniff it out like K9s. I'm a thief, it take time to be great, I'm Bayside. I get blue like Kelly Parker. When I'm gone, I left a mark. Tell them fish I'm still a shark. I got will, I will embark on this journey till it's finished. In the midst of all this friction, I got vision on my P's like no limit. Like a mouse, now we clicking. I go out for the spinach, that's business.
Cut the cord that kept us connected. Blacking out the mirror where your light once reflected. All of the love from up above. We used to feel like like a glove. I still think about the you that only exists in my brain. Nothing ever stays the same. Guess it's just a shame. There's no one to blame.
Stop looking for somebody else to lay the blame. Without a wave of change, life stays the same. So when I pull up to your spot, I'm with a paradigm chick. Only used to have one and it's my paradigm ship. Calls for celebration, I cracked a hen. I took a hiatus, but I'm back again. A bunch of blue face hunters, I've been stacking them. Cause in the game of life, I just have to win. So when I'm in go mode, I be ballin' insane. Tried to walk away, they was calling my name. My brothers from another, we are all in the game. Don't give a fuck about clout nor all of the fame. I'm trying to inspire, empower, build and progress at a steady rate. Move heavyweight like a Bowflex. The haters make me greater, they mad, I got them so stressed. Shock my style for a while now, I can show text. Screenshots as proof and receipts. You a certified clown, been a goof in the streets. Angel made the beat, but this my demon flow. Get a lot of love from people I don't even know. And when the situation's ugly like Dudley, we do right. Fuck propaganda, let's conquer and unite. The wait's over, take over, it's commencing. My money fully grown, but yours like an infant. But that ain't no shade to you, it's just provision and protection, what you made to do. Being a man with a purpose, who you supposed to be. Living life as a loser, that's a joke to me. FN 509, stay close to me. If I pull it, I'ma spray like some potpourri. I don't wanna have to go there, so hopefully you don't try to have no beef or no smoke with me. Bro, everything I'm talking about, be backing it up. I'm back in the cuts, rapping the Dutch and macking a hut. She start to get aroused when I'm smacking her butt. Baby got stupid cheeks and she be clapping it up. I'ma enter through the front and hit the back of her guts. She a classy lady, but be acting a slut when we be kissing and cuddling. My bitch like to hug. Her box customized so it fit like a glove.
Turn your radios up. Turn your radios up. Y'all know what this is. Y'all know who this is. B-Eazy Dat Dude, an impromptu stream, back with another one. This one is gonna be a banger. Will ruffle some feathers, but it will be a doozy. I don't like to keep y'all waiting. So before we get this thing started, you know, I gotta hit ya.
If you know the song, sing along. Yeah, you're right.
私も地元民と言っても実は少ないんです。もう友達できたの？うん。ブッダさんのこっち見ない方がいいかな。
No, hasn't been no regular. None of your competitors. It's better catch up like 10 steps ahead. Look, this promethazine got me leaning like a cholo in the club. I'm 20 deep. I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks are showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby moving for me slow-mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting modo. I be flipping, not shrinking. I don't give a fuck about This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but pimpin' these bitches and stacking this bread forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy Dat Dude in the trap making pass smooth. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a jack move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my bitch from Fiji, eating tandoori and chicken curry. That ism is really envy. My pimp game international. I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of better.
And we are activated, and I've already been joined by some illustrious guests. So I'm ecstatic. We got none other than Chocolate Glow, Lex 925. Then we have the illustrious, the stunning, the captivating, sincere Saida. We got the marvelous My Boo, what it do in the building. So we gonna get right into it. Y'all saw the title, y'all saw the thumbnail. Bada boom, bada bam. Let me just pull this down and let me get some of these banners right. But basically, I'm gonna get into this one. I'm gonna react to this video by the prestigious Sabby Sab. So go check her page out if you want to watch this video uninterrupted. This is going to be on the Sabby Sab's podcast, Sabrina Salvati. This video is titled Roland Martin is Wrong. So in case you don't know, Roland Martin is a political analyst. He is a Democratic shield. He's been going on a tirade and a rampage attacking foundational Black Americans because some are still on the Democratic plantation and others are saying, hold on, let me pull this down. Oh, some are on the Democratic plantation and others are saying, you know what? Voting blue no matter who, that ain't the business. And people like Roland Martin, he still wants to lead what will be called his people astray, but it's not his people. He is part of the brain dead, buck broken boule, buck broken and buck dancing. And he's the type that you don't have to forcibly buck break him. He will willingly and voluntarily pull down his pants, bend over and spread cheeks. It's quite pathetic. And unfortunately, he's helped lead many Black people astray. So he is part of the Black misleadership class. So we're going to get into this video.
So, Roland Martin, podcaster, YouTuber, even though he makes fun of us that are YouTubers, he's on YouTube too. He is very upset. And he's upset with those of us that are Black media that basically are demanding something for our vote. So let's hear.
So just to be clear, this is the sister Sabby Sabs. I know she ain't gonna hit me with a copyright strike, but I still have to make the video transformative. So I will have to pause it, fast forward it, rewind it back and forth, but definitely support this lovely sister, Sabrina Salvati. But just to get into it, right? Roland, Don Lemon, even the Ebro dude, when he was on whatever radio station he was on, they used to clown people for being YouTubers. And now guess what all of them are? All of them are trying to get popping on YouTube because these big mainstream, lamestream outlets didn't want them. They couldn't cut the mustard. Or they just say, you know what? You're expensive, but you're not bringing back the ROI. They weren't getting a sufficient ROI. So people like Roly-Poly Rotund Martin, he is a Democratic shield and a tool of the establishment. So he's out there to attack the foundational Black American grassroots and to get us to continuously vote blue no matter who. Notice that Roland never talks about tangibles. All he talks about is orange man bad, Republicans bad. Okay, fine. The Republicans suck. The Republicans stink, but the Democrats stink even more. The Republicans aren't going around saying that the Democrats or that Black people are the backbone of the party. Democrats were at one point saying that Black people are the backbone of the party. Now they're not saying that anymore because they want to shift to say immigrants and trans people are the backbone of the party. But if the Democrats are saying, hey, we need the Black vote and you're the backbone, why wouldn't you do something for the backbone? They're trying to do something for non-citizens, but they won't do something for the backbone of the party. Okay, that's not a party I want to support or vote for because they don't support you. They use you and fine. Fair exchange is no robbery. Then how about we start doing quid pro quo? Y'all want to use us? Fine. Use us once we're using y'all. So it's a fair exchange. It's not going to be a one-sided affair. Those days are over.
Hear what he had to say, and then we'll get into it.
And I'll say it again. I want MAGA to be completely decimated in November. I want them to lose the House. I want them to lose the Senate. And all you punk asses out there, let me be real clear, especially some of you loud ass folk who proclaim to be FBA.
I mean, bro came in hot calling us punk asses. Like, bro, what did we do? And he's always doing this little performative thing to make it seem like I'm boule, I'm blackety black. So he's always wearing all this fraternity stuff. What have those fraternities actually really done? Okay, they've built camaraderie and you may have a lifelong friend. What tangible could you truly take from those fraternities? I'm sure someplace, somewhere, they've done something good. But overall, if we have to look and we can't just say it off the top of our head, has it been a net positive for us? And shout out to Octavius Epstein. That's one heck of a name. FBA B1. He's coming in representing for the movement and the lineage. I respect it. Let's get into it. But Roland Martin, has a lot of vitriol and a lot of sass for FBAs. But have you ever seen him talking? Of course, he'll get mad at Trump, but he'll just be talking to a screen. I've never seen him talk to no Democrats like that. Y'all saw what he was doing with Hillary. He was over there buck dancing and electric sliding. It was rather pathetic.
MAGA to be completely decimated in November. I want them to lose the House. I want them to lose the Senate. And all you punk asses out there, let me be real clear, especially some of you loud ass folk who proclaim to be FBA, oh man, he or she'll buck dancing for the Democrats. All y'all can go fuck yourselves. Because let me be real clear. I know.
Roly poly?
What did you say, nigga?
Bro need to chill. See, he's over here trying to act extra hype because he's over here he's a shield and he's around a bunch of other shields. He's saying, y'all can go fuck yourselves. Like, come on, bro. You sounded like a complete utter dweeb saying that. You're not like that, bro. You're not built like that. It was a dude from Chicago. I can't remember the bro name, but he pressed Roland. He came up to him respectfully and was like, bro, all that chatter that you was talking online, like, bro, say it to me. Y'all know my acronym, Cecil, SESL, same energy, same logic. Keep the same energy, apply the same logic. Well, he didn't do the SE part. Bro pulled up on him respectfully, and Roland didn't have that energy. Matter of fact, he hid behind a woman. So roly-poly Rotund Martin, man, bro is like a moist little effeminate hoe when it comes down to standing on business. He'll stand on business behind the screen. But when there's a man in his face and he's looking masculinity in the eyes, this bro curls up like some Jack-in-the-Box curly fries, bro. But let's get back into it. Roly-poly Rotund Martin. Nigga, you better watch your tone, bruh.
Lose the House. I want them to lose this.
Something for our vote. So let's hear what he had to say, and then we'll get into it.
And I'll say it again. I want MAGA to be completely decimated in November. I want them to lose.
And shout out Red 6. I ain't even know you was in here. Red 6, Red 6 be creeping in here, bro. Red 6, I worry about you, bro. Are you like a undercover spy or clandestine? Red 6 be in the clouds, but salute to Red 6 coming in with the scholarship. That was Jamal Green, bro. Press Roly Martin, bro. He pressed him like a hot panini. And Roland Martin was over here looking bug-eyed like he is. The bug-eyed, brain-dead, broken, buck dancing boule buffoon. That's what he is. Not only rotund, roly-poly, rotund and rambunctious. That's what roly-poly is. But shout out to Leonard who says boo boo booly roly. Bro, I wish I could find the video. I'm gonna play the video. If I could find it in real time, I'll pull it up. Bro was shook. And there's no such thing as halfway crooks. He was scared to walk, scared to look. He wasn't scared to hop online and start beating his chest. You gonna see, bro, is gonna be start talking extra spicy. But he's on the virtual, he's in his office where no one's around. When he comes around civilized people, and people like be like, hey, keep that same energy you had online. He starts stuttering. Why are you pressing me? Cause, bro, you was acting like you was extra tough. So it's like, what was that shit that you said? And then suddenly he starts hiding behind females. It's like, I can't respect this nigga. And look, he got the shirt that says alpha, but every time you see him, he's part of the buck broken beta boule. Nothing alpha about this moist maniac. But he says, hey, man, sometimes I'm listening, but I like to put in some input every once in a while. No, I appreciate that, Red Six. Even if you listening, that's still support. So, you know what I mean? I appreciate you. Salute. Let's get back.
Lose the House. I want them to lose the Senate. And all you punk asses out there, let me be real clear, especially some of you loud ass folk who proclaim to be FBA, oh man, he or she, book dancing for the Democrats. All y'all can go fuck yourselves. Because let me be real clear. I know what these people are trying to do. And you damn right. I want them to lose the Senate race in Michigan. We're going to play my interview with one of the candidates. I want them to lose in Alaska.
Okay. I know what they're trying to do, nigga. Who doesn't know what they're trying to do? How long have we been saying that we live in a white supremacist nation? Right? We already know that. Not every single person is, but the systems, the institutions is entrenched in there. What are they trying to do that they haven't been trying to do? And fine, I get you. There are many attacks against foundational Black American institutions, history, etc. What are the Democrats doing about it? All they're saying is vote blue no matter who. Okay, fine. I'm a vote blue, right? But what are you guys gonna do? Oh, shut up, nigger. Just vote blue. Huh? I thought it was quid pro quo. You wanted me to rally the troops to vote for you, right? You said it was an existential threat, right? We had to vote for the lesser of two evils. And then you vote for the so-called lesser of two evils. And guess what? They say, hey, nigger, I'm still evil, right? So you was the fool for voting for evil. Why is evil an option for you? Vote for the lesser of two evils. How about I just don't vote for evil at all? No, you have to vote for evil. No, I don't. There's other options, right? And hold on. Why do we always just settle for voting? Man, you just got to vote the lesser of two evils. No, how about we put a good option out there? Why are we just settling for two evil options, right? I always say, if I offer you dinner, a humongous bowl of vomit soup with Parmesan encrusted flies and boogers, or a supersized double-decker poop sandwich, you got to choose the lesser of two disgusting options. Come on. How idiotic does that sound? And that's exactly how you sound when you say choose lesser of two evils. I'm not choosing evil as an option. Let's get back into it.
I want them to lose in Maine. I want them to lose in Georgia. I want them to lose in North Carolina. I want them to lose in Texas. I want them to lose in Florida. I don't care, because what these people are doing, they want to destroy any and everything in Black America. Again, all y'all FB.
And so do the Democrats. If the Republicans want to destroy everything in Black America, right? And we are the so-called backbone, what are the Democrats doing? The Democrats are not saying that, hey, look, the Republicans are trying to destroy all this stuff, and here's how we'll protect it, and here's how we'll restore it. Oh, they're saying, look, the Republicans are attacking black people. They're erasing black history. And how we'll help the black people is we'll pass something for dreamers. Huh? That's not for the black community. Oh, you know how we'll help the black community? We'll open up the border again. Okay. You know what? We'll do something for trans bathrooms, right? But it's like, hold on. I thought y'all just said this was about the black community. Oh, well, there are black trans people, and some immigrants are black too. So, it's kind of like we did something for black people, right? So this is the con game that they're all on. Look what they're doing to black people. Black this, black, black. They're attacking black people. They're lynching black people. They're killing black people. They're oppressing black people. And since they oppress black people, we have to help immigrants in Venezuela.
I want them to lose in Maine. I want them to lose in Georgia. I want them to lose in North Carolina. I want them to lose in Texas. I want them to lose in Florida. I don't care, because what these people are doing, they want you to destroy any and everything in Black America. Again, all y'all FBA, B1, ADOS folks, it don't matter. There is not a single Black.
You know what? I didn't even think I was going to have to hit bro like this, but you know what? Hey, Roly, rotund, rambunctious Martin.
And you know what, nigga? You acting like a little bitch right now. You acting like a little bitch right now, nigga. Man, fuck that. I ain't letting that shit ride.
So he's saying we don't matter. However, he's going on this maniac harangue about us, right? That's almost like a chick saying her ex doesn't matter, and then she's just complaining about him for 3 hours. I thought you said the nigga didn't matter, so why are you whining? FBA, y'all don't matter, but I'm going to get on my platform and signal boost this to all of my supporters, right? This dude has 1.93 million subs, but when you go to my sister Sabby Sab's chat, her stuff be popping. She doing like 2K on average, 2 to 3K live viewers every show. I see she regularly getting like 6K viewers. 10,000 live viewers at one point. Roly Rotund Martin is not doing that. Roly Poly, I see sometimes he be getting like 150, 200. Even me, I don't even got 1,000 subs, and I didn't had 400 people in here before. So like, come on, Roly Poly, you got to step it up. And this is why he's pissed. He's wearing an alpha shirt, but this is the epitome, quintessential buck broken beta bozo. He's over here talking about FBA. Nigga, lower your tone, bruh, because you're not tough. You're not tough at all, and you wouldn't talk like this around anyone. This nigga's around a bunch of yes people that agree with him, and whenever somebody tries to pull up, he don't want no smoke. He says that he could run circles around people, but he doesn't want the intellectual smoke. He attacked Sabby's, attacking Tariq. He talks at people. He won't talk to them. So Roland Martin, bruh, you really not built like that, bruh. Stick to whatever you really doing, what your little geriatric following, which nothing against that. Not trying to be ageist, but I'm just saying, bro, it's a new day. Your days are numbered, bro. And you running around calling yourself alpha, saying people could go fuck yourself. Okay, bro. When somebody pull up on you and they give you that sweet chin music, I'm just saying, Rolly, just chill, bro, because you really ain't built like that. Go eat some donuts, dip it in that soy milk, because that's what you is, a effeminate soy boy. Dip it in that, bro, and just chill, bro. You're not built for this level of smoke, Roland Martin. So watch your damn mouth, bro, and watch your tone.
In Georgia, I want them to lose in North Carolina. I want them to lose in Texas. I want them to lose in Florida. I don't care, because what these people are doing, they want you to destroy any and everything in Black America. Again, all y'all FBA, B1, ADOS folks, it don't matter.
This nigga, man. And what is wrong with somebody being primarily standing up for their community? Jewish people stand up for their community. They're J1. They're Jewish first. No one cares. Native Americans stand up for their community. Latinos, as soon as foundational Black Americans try to say, look, man, we love everybody. We're humanitarians. We are the only ones that invite everyone to the cookout. How many bar mitzvahs have you been invited to? How many fiestas have you been invited to? How many joy luck Asian Chinese parties have you been invited to? But you've been inviting these people to all your parties. So you know what we're saying? You know what? We just gonna chill on the invites. You know, we have to have some introspection. If they're saying we're failing and that our numbers are so low, oh, our education attainment is so low, fine. You know what? We can't be worried about everybody else. We need to focus on ourselves, right? Imagine you're trying to lose weight, but you're over here focused on someone else's dietary plan. You're trying to get those pounds off of you. So you need to focus on what you consume. You need to, be basically self-absorbed to attain your goals, right? If the Black community is failing, how is me focusing on Gaza gonna help my community, right? They always say, what about Chicago? Okay, fine. What about Chicago? How is me focusing on Sudan gonna help me in Chicago, right? If drive-bys are in Chicago, how does me looking to Senegal help that, right? People aren't saying, what about Senegal? They saying, what about Chicago? So I need to focus here on my people here, just like every other group does. It shouldn't be anything wrong with that. But Roland Roly-Poly tries to make that as divisive, right? But like Lex says, his words mean nada to me. No, they don't mean nothing to me, but they do mean something to a lot of people's aunties and grandmas and pawpaws and mamas, because that's who Roland Martin's, that's who his base is, a bunch of older people. And shout out to the older people or the mature people, because I have a lot of older supporters as well, you know what I mean? But I have a mixture as well, but Roland Martin is just trying to mislead the Black community. All he's just trying to say is Republicans bad, Orange man bad, and then he'll kiss the booty of whatever Democrat there is. It doesn't matter who it is. And Leonard says Rowley done called the feds and everything he could do to hate on FBA. He's pathetic. Yeah. And this is the thing. He'll roll around with known feds like Al Sharpton, and he'll be, buck dancing with Hillary Clinton. He'll be giving Joe Biden a pass. Joe Biden looked Charlemagne in the face and said, if you having trouble figuring out if you want to vote for me or Donald Trump, then you ain't Black. Now, if he said you ain't Jewish, if he said you ain't Asian, if he looked at a dude and said, if you having trouble figuring out what your gender is, then you ain't trans, that would have sunk his campaign. So if he would have said you ain't trans, it would have sunk his campaign. If he would have said you ain't Jewish, sunk his campaign. You ain't Asian, sunk his campaigns. But he said you ain't Black, and people were making excuses for him. Well, he's the lesser of two evils. So what if he offended you, right? If they were the lesser of two races, Trump would be the lesser of two races. Biden is way more racist than Trump could even dream of. And I would concede, yes, both of them are racist. But if I was going tit for tat, Biden is not even close how anti-Black he was. And it was at a grotesque level. And people were talking about, he's Uncle Joe. Who's uncle? What uncle do you know goes around sniffing your hair and grabbing your shoulder? Like, I don't want any, like, you love your uncles, right? Do you love your uncles enough to like have them holding you from behind, sniffing your hair and other orifices? I'm good. Like, what type of uncle is that? And Sincere says they're trying to delete in every way. B1 FBA Blacks, they want a post-racial utopia by conceding to everybody else's needs and wants all through eugenics as well. Correct. This is why when they talk about Black Lives Matter, well, all lives matter. And I ain't talking about the corrupt organization. I'm talking about the exact sentiment and the grassroots people. No one is saying all lives don't matter. But when we're talking about Black lives disproportionately being brutalized by the cops. That's what we're saying. Nobody said Black Lives Matter and only Black Lives Matter. So the whole All Lives Matter wasn't even needed, but it was antagonistic. But it didn't stop there. Even groups that claimed to support us piled on. They were saying Black Lives Matter. Then they came to the protest. They took the Black Lives Matter shirt off, and then they had an All Lives Matter shirt. There were Palestinian Lives Matter. Hey, I'm not saying Palestinian lives don't matter, but I wouldn't go to a Palestinian protest and say Black Lives Matter. Right. But that's what they did. There were trans lives matter people out there. There were people that were saying no lives matter. There were people that were Antifa out there. So all people try to do is use our issues as a conduit so that everybody can leech, and tether onto and extract it. They use us as a cultural extraction hub. Hey, look what the blacks went through. And then they leech and tether onto that history, and then they extract from it, because without them tethering onto it, then they really don't have a legitimate grievance, which is why when the immigrants were out there, ice out, right? They kept saying, where are the blacks? And a lot of people were like, man, we're resting, because they didn't have too much of a legitimate claim. You don't have a legitimate claim to just come to the country illegally because you're seeking a better life. We can talk about how sad that is. And this is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants, right? That's why they keep trying to indoctrinate you with that lie. This country wasn't built by immigrants. Immigrants came after it was built and contributed, and they should be commended for that. But the only reason why they keep telling you that it was built by immigrants, so that it doesn't matter when your neighborhood gets flooded with immigrants. See, it's a nation of immigrants. So it doesn't matter that your neighborhood, Oakland was 47% Black in the 90s, 47% of mostly foundational Black Americans. Now it's 17% Black. Of many undocumented people who don't even speak English, but it's like, well, we don't have an official language and this is a nation of immigrants. So who cares if the Black population gets displaced? That's how it's framed. And that's how it's been framed. But now when other communities start to get displaced, then they saying, whoa, well, maybe we need to consider this whole birthright citizenship, right? But yeah, all it is like both parties are working to, make us politically irrelevant, and they've been largely successful. However, since we are the cultural standard, the source and the pulse, especially of morality, they still need to use us as an extraction hub. You know what I mean? But it's unfortunate. You know what I mean? But Jupiter says that Jamal Green ran up on him. Yeah, Roly Poly was shook. I think he actually might have pooped his pants and had some ski wee skid marks. And Leonard says Roly got to wear Depends because they be running through him down at the lodge. He said, who be running through him? You talking about the DNC? They running the choo-choo train on Roland Martin's cheeks. This nigga got kicked from primetime TV and he been reeling ever since. And this is whole thing. He made it big. Bro was on the big screen. And he was an advisor for Obama. Then they kicked him to the curb. And now guess what? You know what you like to say, Sincere? That Chitlin circuit. Now I get it. YouTube is a big boy now. YouTube outperforms the mainstream lamestream media. But for Roland Martin, he was on CNN, he was on MSNBC or MS Now, right? So for him to be on YouTube with the likes of me and Sabby Sabs, bro is a little bit insecure. So he's cussing us out, stupid fools. Like, come on, bruh. Chill out, Roland, and watch your tone, bro, because you ain't like that. Yeah, definitely got to start gatekeeping, because, we've been all inclusive. We've been trying to say like, hey, we are the world, we are the people. And then people have been saying, yeah, we are the world. And then as soon as we turned around, they've been calling us niggers behind our back and stabbing us. And some of us is confused, but look up the lovely late, great Dr. Frances Cress Wilson. She said, if you don't understand white supremacy, and I'll add anti-blackness, then everything else will confuse you. Yeah, and this is the whole thing. So because other people have been calling Roland a tether, and they found out his Haitian roots, he's trying to say, no, I ain't Haitian. He's trying to say like his great daddy is Haitian. Because now since we doing lineage paperwork checks, everybody is trying to say I'm FBA, or they trying to say I'm African American. And people saying, yeah, you may be African American, but you ain't FBA, because that whole nebulous African American term, like we don't know who you talking about. Akon is African American, but we know he's Senegalese American. Idris Elba, who really talks like Cheerio, would you like a spot of tea? He's African American. The dude is a Nigerian British dude. He comes to America and he's African American and has the same lineage as me. No. Obama, Tetherbama, he's Kenyan American. He's black. Is he? He's biracial. He's Kenyan. He's African. And I don't know what his mama is. So I'm just like, now that we're doing lineage checks, people are just like, all in a tizzy. But it's like, where's the lie though? You said, can I touch on Trump's latest post on Truth Social where he was attacking his old crew? Yeah, and shout out to Jason Black. I know he was covering that too. But yeah, Trump is going on a deranged. Yeah, I don't know. Trump is not all there. And of course, we got the 504 boy. Whoa, they, New Orleans in building. Good evening. I'll give credit to Roland when he was on PBDs. Yeah, Roland actually destroyed PBD. Roland Martin isn't a stupid dude. Roland Martin is smart. Like, the bro isn't stupid. He's just a shield for the Democrats because that's who butters his buttermilk biscuits, right? He got like 400K, 400 of them things to give a softball interview to Kamami Harris, right? So yeah, the dude isn't stupid. He's just a Democrat shill. Biden wanted every nigga locked up or unalived. Yes, he did multiple crime bills. One of his mentors was a vile KKK member. He eulogized him. Yeah, so Biden, like I said, when it comes to bigotry and racism, Biden takes the cake. If it was the lesser of two races, Trump is less racist than Biden. Roland has an immigrant mindset. He believes FBAs are lazy and immigrant. It makes sense that he has an immigrant mindset because one of his family members is Haitian. So they adopt that, oh man, y'all lazy because where I grew up, we had to wipe our booties with like, leaves and stuff. Y'all lucky to have toilet paper. So since we have running water and plumbing, a lot of groups that come from underdeveloped places, they look at luxuries like us being able to wipe our booty with 2-ply tissue as if, why y'all complaining? I used to have to wipe my booty with my hands. It's like, bruh, I never lived like that. I stood on business. My ancestors stood on business, so we didn't have to live like that. Don't come over here and try to call me lazy because I'm demanding more for what, you know what I mean? Y'all, you should be standing in your homeland demanding more for your leaders, bro. Why haven't your leaders got you sufficient plumbing in your homeland? Instead, you want to run to someone else's homeland where they built it up, and then you want to talk down. Y'all lazy, man. Imagine if we had this. No, you wouldn't have to imagine if you would have stood on business and fought. And then niggas keep talking about 1804, bro. It's 2026, right? You weren't around. You're not descended from anyone that was part of that revolution. And then after the revolution, Hades had to pay France billions and billions in reparations. So it's not really the flex that you think it is. And I'm not trying to say this to disparage, demean, or denigrate. I'm just saying we got to get some straightening. For decades, we haven't said anything. We just let a lot of these insults go unchecked. But when it comes to the culture of roasting, insults, playing the dozen, shooting the shit, we're the last group you want to do it with, right? Because not only could we demoralize, we can just destroy, and it may feel like just flat out disintegration. So how about you just keep it peaceful, keep it polite, and keep it peaceful. But if you want a jokey joke, hey, you may get slayed. take caution. And we got none other than the big block boat rider, Mr. 350 himself, Big Rig Slaps in the building. But salute. I'm going to play some more of the videos y'all rocking in the chat. And my is still rocking out. So I'm going to play some more. We're going to get back into it.
There is not a single black attorney who is representing a family who has been the victim of police violence who has any faith that this Department of Justice will intercede and prosecute them on civil rights violations. So all y'all punk asses out there.
Biden's DOJ, who did Biden's DOJ prosecute? Biden's DOJ, remember Biden was like, they were going to pass the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, and then they didn't do it. Then Biden said, y'all need to start working with the Hispanics. And like he was just scolding those leaders, and then they just bent their heads and they bent the knee. Then they turned around, pulled their pants down and bent over and proceeded to get buck broken over and over and over. What was Biden's DOJ doing? Biden's DOJ actually said that now cops don't have to read you your Miranda rights. Now you still have your Miranda rights, but under Biden's DOJ, they threw it out. You know, where the officer was obligated to say, you have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. These are called your Miranda rights, right? Now you're still entitled to those rights, but it was a law that the officers had to read you your rights. So some cases would get thrown out based on officers not reading people their rights. Under Biden's DOJ, they don't have to read you those rights anymore. So Roland is over here trying to act as if Biden's DOJ would have been somehow better. Neither one of these parties give a flying fig Newton about you. They don't. And Rowley, because he's a Democratic shield, he just keeps pretending that like Trump is bad. The Republicans is bad. They want to lock niggas up. It's like, okay, so did the Democrats. The crime bill was under the Democrats. Did y'all forget that? And then we've been also joined by the hardest working mod on YouTube, Vibrant Low, in the building. Yeah, and salute to Fig Newtons. I ain't had no Fig Newtons in a while. I'm where can I get some good Fig Newtons at? Y'all let me know. Let's get back.
Who claim y'all so pro-black. Let me say it again. This DOJ don't give a damn. Donald Trump has said 100% immunity for any cop. So, and you're right. The two cops in the Breonna Taylor case, they dropped the charges. I can name case after case. So if y'all can call me whatever names you want to, and y'all.
Okay, fine. What are the Democrats doing about it? So this is all Roland Martin's thing. Vote, 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 vote. Okay, cool. I'm a vote. What are you gonna get? Shut up, nigger. We don't need you anymore. Okay. Next election cycle. Vote, 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 vote. Oh, okay. Are you guys gonna do anything for me? Shut up, nigger. Just vote. Okay. That's really all Roland and the Democrats have for you. But that's not all they have for everything else. They're rolling out the red carpet for immigrants. This is why they keep saying the nation of immigrants built by immigrants. So that's why we got to keep bringing over more immigrants. Who cares if we displace the native population? This is a nation of immigrants. So we have to keep bringing on a endless supply of immigrants, right? Oh, trans people are under attack. So that's who we got to focus on. We can't focus on the blacks, right? We have to focus on all these other issues. We have to focus on people that's not even in this country. Even during the C-19, they sent $87 million to Pakistan for gender studies. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. What could your local economy do with $87 million? They sent it to Pakistan for gender studies. And that's just one of the little things that they've done. But according to Roland, this is what both parties are doing, but the Democrats are even worse. They say that, hey, we can't do anything for the black people because that's divisive. Even though we talk about black lynchings, black incarcerations, black people being redlined, black people being brutalized, they'll use all of that black pain, plight, and tribulations, but to just only lend it to someone else. The whole dreamers thing, where do you think they got that from? Martin Luther King, I have a dream. And they're going to take that and flip it to, hey, dreamers. So it's a bunch of Latinos with a dream. So, hey, DACA, right? But it's supposed to be for anyone. But who does it mainly help? Just look at the numbers. Over 80+% for Latinos, right? That's selection. That's not by chance. You know what I mean? Roland knows all this stuff, but he doesn't care because they're going to give him some butter biscuits and a few 100,000, right? And that's all he cares about, that he'll just keep misleading the Negroes, you know what I mean? Leading them to their displacement. And then you got the other conservatives on the opposite side. Y'all on the Democrat plantation. Bro, you're on the Republican plantation. You're no different, right? All you're doing is exchanging one plantation for another plantation. Instead of trying to build another institution, you're just leaving one to go to the other one. What have the conservatives built? Nothing. All they say is get off the Democrat plantation. What about black on black crime? And I'm MAGA. That's all they say. They have nothing. And they just get smacked around. They get talked down to. They have to just, grovel everywhere they go. Is really a pathetic existence. It's nothing masculine about that. So you wouldn't want these type of people raising your sons. You know what I mean? Too much effeminate, estrogen laced idiots.
To sit here and do all you little punk ass podcasts and talk behind your microphone about why y'all Simple Simon assholes are saying that Black America is being under assault.
Oh, we look like we got Sharon Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald, are you Irish? The luck of the Irish in here. Shout out to Sharon. America first, baby. Hey, I'm America first. I'm also B1, black first, but definitely America first, because I'm a foundational Black America. Hey, I might have to make that vote jingle coming up. You feel me? Vote, 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 vote. But like a lot of them cats, when you say cool, I'll vote, but what am I getting for your vote? Shut up, nigger. Vote blue no matter who. No, I'm not doing that. That's what some of your grandparents did. Your grandpappy. No, this is a new day. Same benign neglect. Yeah, this is nothing new. The Democrats have been on this stuff. So it's up to you. This is what the Democrats are. The Democrats are like that boyfriend, right? That boyfriend that keeps cheating on you, then brought you back a STD, that's done everything to mistreat you, but they say, hey, if you leave me, you know what I mean? The only options out there are some people that's more abusive than me, right? You think I gave you a STD? That person got 3 STDs, so he gonna give you another one. You think I'm abusive to you? That person's even more abusive to me. So just stay with me so I can abuse you more. It's the lesser of two abusers. That's what the Democrats are. The Republicans is racist, right? Okay, the Republicans actually are racist, but the Democrats are even more racist, right? The Republicans will call you a nigger to your face, and the Democrats will say, hey, we like ya, buddy, bucko. And then as soon as you turn your back, they'll stab you. But hey, they didn't call you a nigger. No, they just stabbed you in the back. The Republican rhetorically attacked you. The Democrat physically attacked you. Which one was worse? The things that can hurt you are the things that are closest to you. The Democrats get close to you. Well, you're the backbone, right? And then as soon as you concede and say, you know what, we are the backbone of this party. We're Democrats, right? And then they break you and say, there's no such thing as a Democrat. And this is actually what they said in court. There's no such thing as a Democrat. They can choose whoever they want. They can really still go back into a cigar smoked filled room and choose whatever person you want. So when the people really thought that they wanted Bernie Sanders, right? The Democrats said, no, fuck Bernie Sanders. And they got him up out of there. And what did Bernie Sanders do? The supposed independent, he bent the knee to the establishment because that's all he is. Part of the establishment. But and it looks like we got the hood table. Shout out to Nebraska, the illest in Nebraska, all the corn huskers out there. Salute. But let's get back into it. And Alamo City comes in. Somebody's bitter. You sound bitter, bruh. That profile pic is a little bit bitter too, but salute to Alamo City and his bitter profile pic. Is that the bitter beer face? Looks like it.
Let's pause it there for just a second, if you guys don't mind. So let me break this down for everybody here, okay? So Roland Martin, he interviewed Kamala Harris. He has a very, has an in with the Democratic Party, right? So he can interview presidential candidates. He interviewed Hillary Clinton when she was running for president. He's in that club. The rest of us are not. Okay, like I'm grassroots. I don't even have sponsors on this show. Many of us that are in this independent media that are Black, because that's who we're talking about. Many of us, we don't have that type of access. We are not in those spaces that Roland Martin is in. And what has happened over time is that people have started to ask the question, why should I vote for someone if I'm not getting anything in return? And in particular, it didn't start going into 2024. This started earlier. But in particular, he said,
and yeah, and Big Rig, you could let the people rock out too, because I didn't put it on subs mode, so you can just let the people rock out as well. Like, you don't got to put it on subs, because sometimes what happens is sometimes people, they'll sub just to troll for a minute, and then they'll unsub. So I'll have like five subscribers, 5 new subscribers, but then I'll lose 5 subscribers too, because they only subscribed just so they can chat. You know what I mean? So people, I only want the genuine subscribers. I know I got a lot of looky-loos and lurkers, and that's fine. You know what I mean? Y'all help the viewership. But yeah, I want the people that's going to subscribe and stay subscribed, not subscribe. Then they disagree with me on one stream, and then they, you know what I mean? But yeah, I know sometimes people, they subscribe just because they want to troll in the chat. Go ahead. Y'all can troll. It's just like the bro said, keep it respectful or you're getting clipped. But we got none other than Roger Meadows slid through, Nassau County's finest. Hey, Roger, where Brooklyn at? Let's get back into it.
FBA and ADOS, Black Americans have started to ask, over the past couple of years, I'd say, why should I vote for you if I'm not getting anything in return? In other words, making demands, which other groups do. I remind you, in 2020, I remember the Latino community making demands to Bernie Sanders. Oh, I remember all of this. Other groups make demands.
So when Latinos make demands, it's fine, right? It's not divisive. Asians make demands, it's fine, not divisive. Jewish people running around saying that they're victims, it's not victim. No one is talking about victim politics. No one is saying victim Olympics. But as soon as FBAs who are actually aggrieved is well documented, we're not supposed to ask the government for anything. That's divisive. You got a rising tide lifts all boats, but it's only towards us. All these other groups have demands. but we're just supposed to vote blue no matter who. And then if we do vote blue no matter who, then it's like, y'all stupid, why'd y'all vote? And then if you don't vote, it's like, y'all stupid, why y'all not voting? So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. So don't really worry about what they saying, because they're always going to have something disrespectful and detestable to say about you. You know what I mean? Focus on what all these other groups are doing. Groups don't have allies, they have interests. These other groups are voting based on their interests. They'll use you to advance their agenda and their interests. Fine, I'm not going to hold you. So don't act all, frazzled and flabbergasted when we do the same.
There was demands towards Kamala Harris coming out of the uncommitted movement, which started in Michigan, which said ceasefire, arms embargo. Other groups make demands.
And Sincere says, and what will we be bitter about? Would it be regarding lynchings, eugenics, stolen identities, stolen creations, burned down towns, laws, policies against us? What are we bitter about? But you see that these type of people, they never elaborate. They leave a little trollish comment and then they run, because intellectually they're not formidable enough to stand. It's like a ha-ha kiki. They want someone to get triggered by their incompetence. But dude, you're a low-level imbecile and lunatic. So I'm not really, nothing you say can really trigger me. And bro know who I'm talking about, because you can tell they're not true supporters, right? And this is why I said don't even turn it on, because sometimes those type of people, they'll subscribe just so they can leave a little slick comment and then unsubscribe. It's like, I don't want those type of people around me. But yeah, people will say, you have a victim mindset. Imagine your daughter was sexually or actually assaulted over and over and over. And then 10 years down the road, you say that she has a victim mindset. When is she supposed to get over it? On the 3rd year, the 5th year? So 10 years after she was violently actually assaulted, she's not supposed to remember that. She's not supposed to still be traumatized by it. So when other people know that they can't even handle the stuff that we've been through, they haven't gotten through the little stuff that they went through. Black people get called nigger. We're told, get over it. Some undocumented person gets called an illegal alien. Oh my God, that's dehumanizing. No, illegal alien is a legal term. I didn't come up with the term. If you want the term eradicated, why didn't Congress, the Democrats have been in power for like, of the past 16 years, they were in power for like 12 of those years. Why didn't the Democrats eradicate that term from the legal lexicon? There's no legal term that calls people nigger. I heard it in a rap song. Okay, so if I put illegal alien in my next rap song, is it going to be cool to say that? If I put wetback in my next rap song, is it going to be cool to say? They say bitch in rap songs. So is it cool to call your mama a bitch? So all of these little goofy logics that people try to come up with, they fall, as soon as the little bit of scrutiny gets turned up on it. Roland find his first common sense or his neck. Like Roland is still looking for his neck. And shout out to him. He said it's sensitivity for everyone but us. And that's why I got some new merch coming up. All slurs matter. Why should the N-word reign supreme? Fine. It's just a word. So is wetback. So is gook, spick, and chink, right? All of those are just words, right? If y'all cool with saying nigger, that's the granddaddy of them all, right? Because not every black person says that word, but you want to say enough black people say it, so it's cool, right? Y'all put it in rap music and popularize it. Well, I'm gonna put gook in my next song and popularize it, and I'm gonna put wetback and popularize it, and I'm gonna put fag and popularize that, right? Bitch is already in there, right? You should have no issues with me addressing your daughter as a bitch and your grandmama too. But remember, I don't mean it like that. It's just a word. Why you getting so triggered over a word? Right? Let's get back into it.
And what I was saying for a couple of years ago was that eventually it's going to get to the point where people are going to start to feel as though, why am I going to continue to vote for you if you're not doing anything for the community in return? Why am I voting for you? Now, Roland seems to have a problem with that. But every group does it. Yes, we know that Donald Trump is bad. We know that this is a problem. At the same time, that doesn't mean that you can't have demands for the other party. You guys get me? I don't remember. I remember 2016 and 2024 that many of the Trump supporters also had demands for Donald Trump. Did they not?
Serious dictation was driving me crazy, so I switched to whisper flow. Here's why I'll never go back.
And so what has happened, folks, is that he's upset because some of the other Black podcasters have been very vocal about look, I'm not going to give the Democratic Party my vote if they're not doing anything for the Black community. Hell, the Congressional Black Caucus does more for Israel before they even step foot in the Black community and say, okay.
The Congressional Black Caucus, and I know Roly Poly was mad, like, the Congressional Black Caucus, they might get wiped out. I don't give a flying flip. Get them up out of here. Because you know why? They're not doing anything for the Black community. There's just a bunch of self-serving Sambos and tethers in there. I think close to 60% of the Congressional Black Caucus is now immigrants or an immigrant background. So all skin folk ain't kinfolk. And before we start delineating and then we start looking like, hold on, this person is from the Caribbean, this person is from some African place, and then they put them up and say, hey, they Black, they're African American, they just like you, they speak for you. And then you look like, no, this person has an accent. This person grew up eating bush meat, jollof, and a goosey soup. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying it's an entirely different culture. They immigrated over here when they were in their 20s and saying, hey, they're just like you. No, they weren't. Their family didn't survive debt peonage, sharecropping, racial massacres. It's not the same. I'm not saying one or the other is better. I'm saying it's not the same. If I give you an orange and say, bro, it's the same as a grapefruit. Look, they literally look the same. Stop acting like a grapefruit is different from an orange. Look how they're both citrus fruits. We know that an orange is not a grapefruit. So we know that these people are not foundational Black Americans, and that's nothing wrong with it. What's wrong is when they start trying to speak, they cosplay and tether on and say, I'm speaking for the Black community. No, you're speaking for the Caribbean community or whatever specific ethnic nationality you represent. We're done with this flat Blackness. We all Black. No, you don't speak for us. Go ask a member of Cherokee Nation if the Choctaw Nations speak for them. Go ask someone that's a Seminole if Navajos speak for them. Go ask a Chinese person if a Korean representative could speak to their Chinese culture. They can speak to a broader Asian identity. They can speak to the specific Korean ethnicity and national identity. They can't speak for Japanese and Chinese people. Don't take my word, just go ask them. Go ask a Tongan person if they're the same as a Samoan person. And I can go on. And people understand this until it comes to foundational Black Americans. Oh, no, you're the same as someone from Senegal and Sudan. Y'all the same. Y'all sub-Saharan. You're all African. No, I'm not a continental African, right? Then they start talking about, well, African genetics. Well, there's a bunch of Europeans with African genetics. You don't call them Black. You don't call them African either. So it's just extremely futile, exercise in futility for people to just try to overly Africanize us. Those days are over. People are leaning into their American lineage here. The people that claim to be heritage American, many people who claim to be Native American, we've been here longer than them. No one even knows what a Native American is. Because on one hand, they'll tell you that the Native Americans were genocided and they were eradicated, but a few of them, fine, their lineage was almost wiped out. So now they're propping up people that look like Justin Bieber, Justin Timberlake, and Elizabeth Warren and telling you, no, these are the natives and these are the indigenous. And they've convinced you that any melanated person had to come from Africa. But no, if you believe in the racial construct, which that's what it is, and you have to believe in the racial construct, because if you don't believe in race, you believe in ethnicity and nationality. All are race, all are social constructs, right? You can't tell me that race is a social construct and then you talk about how I'm Latino or I'm Hispanic. Oh, you mean you're a social construct, right? So when people talk about race, right? Ask these people, all these people that say they're Native American now, many of them are just some white colonizers, $5 Indians, right? There's no race called Native American. There's no race called Indigenous. There's no race called Cherokee. There's no race called Choctaw. So once you start asking these people and start really looking like, hey, hold on, what race is this person? Many of them are Lily W. So yeah, you can claim that they're native by being native and born on this land, but Native American, what does that even mean? Indigenous, what does that really mean? I mean, is someone like Elizabeth Warren really indigenous when their family members could be traced back to Europe? But you're not supposed to ask these questions. They'll definitively say, like, there was no Negroid that's indigenous, even though Columbus and you know, other historians have talked about seeing melanated people here prior to you know, the building of America. But people try to poo-poo and dismiss that. But they believe that the new Cherokees really do look like Jack Harlow, right? Jack Harlow is the new indigenous. I mean, but who believes that? Some do. Delusions of grandeur.
Let me see what I can do for you. It's like an abusive relationship. It's like a one-sided relationship. At some point in time, if you're in a relationship with someone and you keep giving and giving and giving, and they're not giving you anything in return, eventually you might just turn around and walk away.
Oh, snap. Is that really him? Is this the GOAT himself? Mike TV in the building. Salute to Mike TV. And if Mike want to come up, I know bro is gonna come up. Mike, and he can actually help y'all out too if you're searching for your genealogy as well, because I know this brother is of indigenous descent. So yeah, Mike TV, yeah, bro, he's one of those guys around here. When Biden told all these niggas that they black butt need to get behind the Latino and asked them, will they help you after all that tap dancing they did for him, I just shook my head. Yeah, and this is this was quite pathetic. He was yelling at them saying, y'all need to get with the Latinos, and then he opened the border and flooded it with millions and millions of Latinos, right, to displace the black people so that they have a new voter constituency. And a lot of people say, well, illegals can't vote. Well, there are 17 municipalities across the nation where they can vote in local elections. And it wasn't just about them voting, because you get state representation voting political power based on how many bodies are there. And those bodies don't have to be U.S. citizens. They just have to be live bodies that they can tally and say, hey, look, we need to have a certain level of representation in Congress based on population size. And also, if you see, they fast tracked a lot of those corrupt driver's licenses as well, saying they're just doing the jobs that no one wants to do. It's like, bro, stop lying. No one wants to drive trucks. No one wants to do construction. No one wants to do landscaping. A bunch of them are working at fast food. No one wants to work at McDonald's, right? No one will work in a hospital or a motel folding sheets. I mean, who are we kidding here? So will they say no one wants to work for an indentured servant wage? Yeah, you can say that's true, but try to say no one wants to do those jobs. Who were doing those jobs before they got here? If they just got here and they got a job, okay, this business has been around for 20 years. Who was doing the job before they got here? And then this is the other thing too, when they say, oh, things are going to go up if we don't have this unregulated, unlimited amount of immigrants. Well, there was a record number of immigrants that came in under Biden, and guess what? Things were at record cost. Gas didn't go down. Biden opened the border. Did gas go down? No, it went up. Biden opened the border. Did groceries go down? No, they went up. Did mortgages in housing interest rates go down? No, they went up. So now they're trying to convince you that, hey, I know gas was as high as it ever been, and we let in 30 plus million immigrants, but the way gas could go down from $6 to $5 is by us letting in 30 more million. Okay. And then they try to inundate you with, this is a nation of immigrants built by immigrants, so that's why we're going to flood your community with immigrants, because this is a nation of immigrants and we're all immigrants. No, I'm not an immigrant. There are groups of people that are not immigrants, and shout out to Mike TV, because right? By the very definition of someone being indigenous, that's not an immigrant. All of us didn't come from Africa. And even if I grant you hypothetically that we all did, which we didn't, but let's just say for this thought experiment that we did, there's no definition. You can look in Oxford, Merriam, Webster's. You can use Google Gemini, Microsoft Copilot, Claude AI. There's no definition that says forcibly transporting someone, kidnapping them is immigration. Even from them coming from a colonial settler's perspective, that's not even immigration. So no, this country wasn't built by immigrants, and it should be even offensive to the indigenous people, because for one, if the indigenous people is just letting that slide, that's saying that y'all indigenous people didn't do shit. Y'all was just sitting here, sitting on your hands, spear chucking. That's pretty much what they're saying. It was built by immigrants, so the indigenous people didn't really do shit. So they kind of like have to concede some of the ground. And if they did build something, what did the indigenous build, right? Then, okay, fine. The foundational Black Americans, right? They're not immigrants by any, by any definition. And the people who came here to colonize, colonize is a specific thing. That's not immigration. Those are the three groups that you can say who had a hand in the foundation of the country. Now, did people immigrate here later to contribute to the greatest nation and to help make this country even greater? Yes, but I'm just tired of the lie that immigrants built this nation. And I should hear more indigenous people like saying, no, we got to kill that noise. But many indigenous tribes have been infiltrated by people like Elizabeth Warren, Seth Rogen, Justin Bieber looking people. They are all comfortable pooping outside. We are not the same. They native Siberians, the $5 Indian. Yeah, all you got to type in is $5 Indian dolls rolls. There's a Crow and a Blackfoot on my father's side, and my third great grandfather was a native Indian woman on my mother's side. Braxton, you might want to tap in with Mike TV. I know he's I believe he has some courses and some services where he helps people figure out their genealogy. And this is the whole thing. There's many foundational Black Americans that do have indigenous ancestry, but you've been convinced to say y'all all from Africa. And if you're subscribing to the racial construct, then the race would be Negroid. There were Negroid people of various parts of the world. So just like there's Asiatic Negroids, All you have to do is look at someone like Rui Hachimura. I don't know if you guys know who that is. And actually, I'm gonna try to pull a picture of him just in case. But Rui Hachimura, right? The dude is a full-blooded Japanese person, but he's also black. But when he comes over here, he's African American, but the dude is really full Japanese. So he's really should be Asian or Japanese American, but based on this fluid construct, we have to say that, hey, no, he's, he's black. Let me pull it up right here. Uh Hold on, just give me 1 second. So this is him right here, Rui Hachimura. Hold on, let me make it a little bit bigger. Give me 1 second. And let me pull this down. Let me pull the banners down. We got to hit y'all with the scholarship. I appreciate y'all. The chat is chatting tonight. So look, when y'all see him, y'all just gonna say, hey, he's black. The dude is full Japanese. He speaks fluent Japanese. He comes over to America. He's African American. He's just like you. I don't have any Asians in my family. I don't speak Japan. I don't speak Japanese, you know what I mean? But this is the whole thing with race being a social construct. It's fluid. If he comes over here, he can check the Asian box because he is full Asian. He's a full-blooded Japanese person. But then he could also check the box and say that he's black African American. And then this is why we have to delineate. So if we say, okay, fine, he is of the Negroid race, but he's not foundational black American, right? Why should his culture be stripped and lumped into a flat blackness? He's just like you. No, he's not like me. I didn't grow up in Japan and I don't speak fluent Japanese. He does. This is why we need to delineate. His name is Rui Hachimura, right? Versus somebody that's name is Roy Johnson. Roy Johnson and Rui Hachimura, they're the same because of melanin? No. There's some foundational black Americans that are lighter than this dude. You know what I mean? So he's darker than a bunch of black Americans here, but that's still not his lineage. And this is why people are saying, yeah, we got to delineate just so we know exactly who we're dealing with. And I like Rui Hachimura because he plays for the Lakers now. I wouldn't want him speaking for foundational black Americans, bro. This dude is Japanese. Like, bro, you don't speak for me. You speak for the Asians, and salute to bruh. But like, no, he doesn't speak for us. He speaks for Asians. He's a Japanese American. But under this, construct, he's African American. Like, where's the African part? But let's get back into it. Oh, damn. Mike TV coming in with the scholarship. He says his father is from Africa, but needs to be exact. And actually, since Mike has blessed us with our time, I'm gonna go ahead and, drop that link for the brother. You don't have to come up, but if you did want to come up, but I'm gonna get back into the video. But I do appreciate that. And that's all we saying, man. No one wanted to work on plantations by force, picking cotton, being whipped and terrorized. Who wanted to do that? No one. Yeah. So this is the other thing too. Sometimes people think that like we're romanticizing slavery, but no, many times people are just trying to erase the brutality of slavery. And some people are just saying, you know what? I overcame it. A bunch of groups are saying never forget what happened to them. So all we're saying is never forget what happened to us. And you got some in our community saying get over it and move on. Meanwhile, other groups, no one is moving on for the trauma. They went through less trauma and they're not moving on from it. We went through centuries of trauma and then people are trying to convince us to move on for it. And let's be honest, the majority of black people are not sitting around talking about slavery. It's just not happening like that. It's other groups that are trying to create content, and usually non-black people that will bring up slavery. And then when people respond to it, they pretend as if, these conversations are just pervasive. But it's like, no, you just keep these conversations going on and on. The majority of people, they have too many issues to deal with in their life that they're not talking about slavery. However, if you try to erase and whitewash slavery, if slavery was not that big a deal, why are you trying to whitewash it then? Just tell the exact truth. These people will say, this land wasn't stolen, it was conquered. Okay, fine. I can't hold you. It was conquered. Now, tell me what you did when you conquered. You didn't read lullabies and whisper sweet nothings in people's ears. You were actually assaulting people, women and children. You were chopping off limbs, castrating people, buck breaking people, lynching people. Tell all of that stuff, because all of that is under the umbrella of conquering, right? Stop pretending as if, you did this by just reading a few poems. Tell us what you did when you conquered, right? And these whole things, when they try to talk about the warring tribes in Africa, all of the people, we was kings and shit, right? What about the people, we was Vikings and shit, right? Show me a series of Vikings, right? And what are Vikings known for doing? What is Viking culture? Going around, RAPN, pillaging, plundering. Who are the people that the Vikings are usually committing crime on? Other Nordic people, right? Other white people. But it's never framed as white on white crime, right? The French and all these other people that were fighting each other, what were the predominant enemies that they were fighting? People that looked exactly like them. And these are the same people that try to preach to you, what about black on black crime? Right now, you see white, blue-eyed Russians slaughtering white, blue-eyed Ukrainians. White on white crime to the tune of hundreds of thousands. But guess what they're going to tell you? What about Chicago? Okay, what about Ukraine? That makes Chicago look like, a walk through fairyland. But she said they immigrated later after they forced to come to America by their European leaders because they were too diabolical, murderous, and reprobated for even their own people. Yes, this is their culture. And this is why I always ask you, who raised these people, right? See, they can tell you about, okay, there was some black thug who grew up in a fatherless home. Fine. That gives a rationale. Somebody grew up in an unstable environment, a fatherless home. But many of these people grew up with two parents and a silver spoon. So what's your excuse for your irreparable and degenerate behavior? Let's get back into it.
And that is what has happened over time. So Roland is angry. He's angry at those people. So he's talking about people like Vicky Dillard, which he's called her out by name. The African diaspora like network. He's talking about them. He's talking about Tariq Nasheed. He said ADOS too, I think. So he would also be talking about Yvette Carnell. Like, it's just like, how dare people make demands for their vote? How dare they? Let's go on.
Every single day, and it is being led by Donald Trump and his Department of Injustice, Nola.
Absolutely, 100%. And honestly, I have a message for Cash Patel because...
And I'll just stop it here for a second and we'll get back to something else. Because here's the other thing that I wanted to say. He brought up the issue of police brutality. Okay. This was also a problem under the Biden administration, which was really interesting to me. It was like after Biden won, all of a sudden, a lot of people.
And I had to give a shout out to Mike TV. He came through with he said, you cook in Spanish conquistadors called the Indigenous. They encounter negros de terras, translation blacks of the land or native blacks. So salute to Mike TV. This is another thing that people don't talk about as well, right? So even the conquistadors, they delineated. They said there were a difference between the blacks of the land, meaning the indigenous blacks, and the blacks from Africa. So this is what they were saying. And I'm going to let a little bit more play, And I'm gonna try to pull that up as well because many people don't know that. Now we're in the information age, so there's no excuse to not be able to seek out this information, especially when someone directs you to it. Because now all someone has to do is just give you a breadcrumb and you should be able to find the rest of this stuff. But yes, and this is why I was telling people, like, if you believe in the racial construct, right? Negroid is a race, right? But not every Negroid is from Africa. There's Asiatic Negroids. There are indigenous Negroids here as well. And many of them were mixed together to create an amalgamated group, which is foundational Black American. Some would say American descendant of slaves, Solon, freedmen. It all means the same thing with just a different vernacular and terminology for the same lineage, right? So this is why people are rejecting. Oh, damn, it looks like Mike has been in here, bro. It looks like we've been joined by the illustrious guest. Hold on, let me pull this down. Hold on. Man, give me one moment. Where the hell is this comment at, bro? 1 second, Mike. I'm trying to pull this. Oh, there it goes. I was trying to get that off so I could pull. We've been joined by the illustrious, the legendary Mike TV.
What's up?
What it do? What's good with you, bruh?
Oh, staying busy. Today's supposed to be my day off, but I seen you was live, so I had to chop it up with the boy.
Oh yeah, I appreciate that. And then we got the Florida fam, sunlight from the Sunshine State, shining brighter than a diamond. So salute to sunlight. And you've heard I've been rocking out, so I mean, I'll just give you the floor. I know that your time is precious, so you can just go. And actually, hold on, let me set up the alley-oop for you, right? Because many of us have been growing. I mean, many of us have been socially engineered and indoctrinated to believe that every one of us came from Africa. And I don't completely discount African roots, right? Because many people can have African ancestry and African genetics and not be African or a continental African, right? Most Europeans, right? Technically, Elon Musk is an African American. French Montana, who is a Moroccan Arab, is African American. Charlize Theron is African American. I just shown the dude Rui Hachimura, he's Japanese, but he comes over here and he's African American. Idris Elba is some Nigerian Brit. He comes over here. So could you speak to like how that term has helped muddy the water and how, and it's like a twofold, how that term has helped lead to ethnic and cultural erasure, and it's helped equate us to immigrants? Because now when you talk about, you're being a native Black man, an indigenous Black man, usually you're met with that you're a pretendian, because everyone is like, oh, there's no such thing. Y'all all came from Africa. And I'm not, some of us did, but it's like there's something called an ethnogenesis where a new ethnic and racial group forms. And even if you look it up, they said on the low end, between 2 to 4 generations, you can create a new ethnic and racial group. Many of us have been here well past 7 to 8 generations, or bare minimum. So that's more than enough time to create an entirely different racial and ethnic group. So how are they still calling us African and saying we're the same? You got the floor, my brother.
Hey, it gets deep. And actually, give me 10-15 seconds. They know me as the king of receipts. I know that this is the first time being on your platform, so I'm going to say some things, and I would really like to be able to show and prove as I'm saying them. So just give me 10-15 seconds. I'm going to grab a couple books from the library and stuff. I'm going to be right back.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so let me just interact with the chat while they're here. This is the brother Mike TV. He came through, the indigenous brother, so he really stands on the indigenous native lineage. And Sunlight, I'm glad to see you here. And actually, while y'all here, it won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. And you know what I mean? Okay, and cool. And let me You feel me?
Oh,
To all, shout out to the
come on.
hunter gatherer.
Shout out to all the hunter gatherers out there. It's 2026. You don't have to eat monkey meat no more. It's okay.
Go ahead. You had some receipts that you want
Yeah.
to
So
present?
where do I start? Well, first of all, let's start with this ethnogenesis thing. That's totally true. There's something called an ethnogenesis. People are in a certain region for a certain amount of time. They create their own unique niche culture. But it's unfortunate that a lot of people are kind of leading with this ethnogenesis point of view, when in actuality, when we actually do our genealogical research, when we actually trace our ancestors by name into the 1700s, the 1600s, we find it's very few and far in between that we have an African ancestor. I mean, I'm a full-time genealogist. I've personally done genealogical research for hundreds of Black Americans now, and I've got like as many clients as I can count on one hand where we found an African ancestor. And it's like one person on this side, or maybe two people on this side, and the rest of their heritage is American Indian. Maybe sometimes a little bit of European admixture, because Europeans have been purposefully mixing in and mating with indigenous populations since the 1500s so they can get favorable trade agreements and create half-breed children that would become agent provocateurs and work on behalf of their European father, right? But when we talk about an ethnogenesis, while it is a real thing, I try to urge people to do their genealogy, because unless you're actually
So
finding
you're saying it might be actually a little bit overstated.
it's extremely overstated in my
Okay.
opinion, because when we talk about this ethnogenesis, FBA ethnogenesis, and this is a point of contention that I even have with the official FBA website that Tariq Nasheed runs, because if you go to the official FBA website and if you see the FBA flag, it says 1526 on it. And when you read on the website, it says that foundational Black Americans descend from African slaves that were trafficked here by the Spanish in 1526, and then we broke free, and some of us mixed with native populations, et cetera, et cetera. When you actually look at the math, not only is the math not mathin' when it comes to the whole transatlantic slave trade, but it's now public knowledge that the vast majority of Africans that were trafficked to the Americas never went to North America.
Yeah. And even Columbus himself. Yeah, no, and that's the thing too. And that's why like I said, I still identify as that. However, no one is above reproach. And I have had people bring that to me as well, even because some people said, hey, they had lineage that even traced back to the 1400s. And I think while it was like a noble gesture, however, there could be some inaccurate, you know what I mean?
It just needs to be cleaned up a little bit.
Yeah, that's
all.
it has to be tightened up,
Yeah.
and I do respect that. However, all of this is new, so I don't think that we need to just pile it on. Some people have had this information for centuries, and what I have noticed during this journey, and you're a real smart brother as well, what sometimes people do is because once they have so much information, they expect everyone else to be as smart as them.
Yeah. I get it all the times. Folks be trying to gangbang semantics and don't say native, say indigenous. Don't use the word black, use colored. Black is the void in the Black Laws Dictionary, Maritime Law. Understand, overstand. I'm like, calm down. Not everybody's at that level yet. It's okay.
Correct. And that's why people use use certain words interchangeably. And I get it, but sometimes like it needs to just, and you're a great orator too. Sometimes people try to bog things down to a very convoluted thing, but it does go back to the layman's things where it's like you're trying to explain it to like a 6-year-old, you know what I mean?
If you can't break it down simply to where a kindergartner can understand, then you're doing the community a bit of a disservice. Right.
And also you don't know it that well. You may know a lot. It's just if you can't break it down to a little inquisitive 6-year-old, then you don't know it well enough. And that's okay, right? Because not only am I here to teach, I'm here to learn as well. So I always got my listening ears on. I'm here to soak up game. I'll never pretend as if I know a lot, but I could always know more. And I know, what I know a lot of is not enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So sometimes people get on their high horse and think I have this degree. You know how many people I've debated with degrees and just like kind of wipe the floor with them and stuff. So I kind of really don't care about.
You're indoctrinated by our colonizer, and you got a
that is true.
saying that you understand their programming, and you're in debt slavery to their educational system through things like student loans and other tricky forms of economic usury. So yeah, it's very interesting how people with degrees try to flaunt that as something more than a status symbol when literally
Yes.
most of these Ivy League institutions started off as Indian conversion centers. Look it up. Harvard University started off as an institution to convert local indigenous youth and assimilate them to colonial hierarchy. That's why Harvard was founded. So is it any surprise that nowadays we got a Henry Louis Gates Jr. Harvard professor trying to shit on all these black celebrities, talking, oh, your grandma said you native. No, this DNA test said you European and African. Nana, nana, boo, boo. I mean, when you learn the history of these institutions, you see why the agents of these institutions behave the way they do.
And then if you look at a lot of those last names, right, they'll have a freedman, or, as they would call it, African American scholarship. And then the names is like Dikembe Mutombo, you know what I mean? Manute Bol. I'm like,
Yeah.
it's like, where are all the native
HBCUs all
blacks
filled
here?
up with Africans. Yeah.
And then they turn around and say they worked harder, right? And then they're comparing themselves. The upper echelon of the Nigerians is coming up here and comparing themselves to the Tyrone Biggums of the hood.
Yeah.
But then when you compare them against their top versus our top, it's like we wipe the floor with them, and then they call that divisive. But y'all came over here trying to compare degrees.
Hey, out of all the billions of Africans, y'all got 5 that came over here and became doctors, and you try to use that to shit on our heritage when you guys are the bourgeoisie selling out your fellow African, making deals with the Chinese and the Russians and capitulating to European dominance. And then you come over here, flee your homeland. I mean, that's supposed to be the motherland, but you don't like your mother, apparently. You come over here to our ancestral homeland and try to act like you're better than us or greater than us. I mean,
hold on. Why did that was my motherland, right?
Hey.
Why didn't my mama come get me? Why didn't my mama come get me, right? You knew where your babies were, but you didn't. Come on, bro. Like, just think of any animals. Let's just go to the animal kingdom, right? Yeah. What lion wouldn't go get it with his cub? What tiger wouldn't go get their cubs? So now we're dealing with human beings violently. Your babies, you know where your babies are, but nobody came to get us.
It gets even more nefarious than that, because on the surface level, when you're new to these streams of critical thought, you'll think, damn, if we all come from West African slaves trafficked here, stolen, kidnapped by Europeans, then why didn't some Africans get on a boat and come after us? Why did no one ever come looking? But then when you actually do the history like I have, you realize it's because it's not that the baby got taken and mama's like, where's my baby? Mama sold the baby for crack rock. Africans sold other Africans to Europeans for trinkets. Europeans just had to come to the west coast of Africa and window shop for some slaves. They would traffic, the Africans would traffic other African tribes all the way from like Central Africa and East Africa to the west coast to sell to Europeans for trinkets. I'm talking beads, cloth, muskets, beer, mirrors. And then guess what? They had like an infinite money glitch. They took these Africans, sold them to Europeans, got guns and gunpowder and wealth from it, then used the guns and the gunpowder to go get more slaves to give to Europeans. It's like an infinite money glitch, if you will, and like a dope fiend uncle of sorts. They smoke up all the money because Africa is poor as fuck to this day. How you go from selling people, getting guns to sell more people, doing trade with Europeans? Y'all were business partners. It's called a transatlantic slave trade. It's not called a holy war. It's not called a mass invasion. No Europeans ever snuck their ass into Africa and bear crawled through the bush and hawked down an African on foot and threw a net on him and put him on a boat. No, Africans were
according to Joy Reid, to Joy Reid and Godfrey, we were all kidnapped and forcibly trafficked over here. Like, is there any based on your research, is there any legitimacy to the kidnapping claims?
Absolutely not. White folk, Europeans can't even survive in Africa, can't even survive the malaria, the diseases. You telling me 10 Europeans in a boat can come to a continent with billions of Africans and steal some people and get away? No, there was slave trading empires. Africans created the whole concept of the slave trade. There's something called the Arab slave trade in the 6th century, where they were selling their fellow Africans to the Arabs. The North Africans have been participating in slave trades for centuries. They was even taking white folks as slaves and selling them to the Muslims. So most people don't realize that Africans actually started the whole concept of a slave trade. Even when we hear about these big empires like the Mali Empire, or they came out with the movie with Viola Davis
The
called The
Woman
Woman
King
King.
of the Homie tribe, and
That
they were a notorious slave
Yes,
trading.
they're literally slave trading with Europeans, but they're gonna put out the puff piece movie talking about, oh no, we was fighting Europeans.
And
Yes,
not only
you
that, it was a way to kind of emasculate the men because
yes.
they were like this tribe has a secret weapon, and of course the secret weapon is these masculine women who remember when they had Wonder Woman, right? They had Wonder Woman looking fine, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
demure but just savage. They had Viola Davis looking like rough, like a hood rat,
Hey,
slave owner. Like, come on, bruh. But
they
you
want us to big up the Woman King movie, talking about they was fighting some Europeans. Yes, that tribe of Africans fought one European faction, but they were business partners with the Portuguese. They were trading slaves with other European factions. What are we talking about? So not only did they orchestrate the whole slave trade, not only were they benefactors, but guess what? The transatlantic slave trade would have never happened the way it did. The Americas would never be successfully colonized the way that it happened if, when the Europeans came to Africa and said, yo, do you have some slaves to sell us? The Africans just said no. Like a 90s fucking drug PSA. Just say no.
So they're saying that they were coerced with because they had superior weapons and they were smacking them upside the head,
But
and
they
they
can't name
forced
a
them to
single
participate.
battle. They can't name a single war that they fought against some European merchants that came over and tried to get. No, it's a lie. They were willing participants in this. It's called a slave trade. It's a trade. The Africans traded other Africans for weapons, gunpowder, beer, muskets. I can pull up images right now of Africans carrying Europeans on their shoulder through the bush and hammocks and chairs. They love the white man. Let's talk about it. Not only that, but it gets worse. It ain't never going to get better. They're business partners. They're benefiting from the transatlantic slave trade. Then the Europeans are like, you know what? We want to colonize your land for a little while. Do you know that after being business partners with the Europeans for hundreds of years, they got colonized, put up little to no fight at all, and Africans were colonized by Europe in its entirety until they got their freedom for no more than like 60, 70 years. Most of the African countries did not start getting colonized by Europeans until the late 1800s, early 1900s, and most of these African nations got their freedom in like the 1950s, 1960s. Don't take my word for it, look it up.
And this is another thing that gets me too, right? Because they want to say like, there's no possible way that you can be native, right? There's no possible way that we can be indigenous. You're African. You don't know who you are. You don't know where you're from. Because, you know, me and you, I know at this time, we've been in a lot of debates and conversations about this, right? And I just want to see how you can, you know, scholarly address this, right? Many of us,
With ease. Yeah, with ease. Someone in the chat, Sincere, is already hitting it on the head. Not only did the Spanish conquistadors, who were the first Europeans over here, as far as from that part of Europe, of course, we got the Vikings and the Vinland Saga, Eric the Red coming up to northern Canada way before Columbus and them folk. But when we talk about modern European colonialism, it was the Portuguese, it was the Spanish conquistadors, and they literally called us negros de terras, which translates to blacks of the land or native blacks. And you know what they called the Africans that they would bring with them from Africa? They would call them negros de Guinea, blacks of Africa. They knew who was who. They knew there's black folks already here in the Americas, and they are not Africans. And they documented it very, very well. This is actually a book written by a Portuguese scholar in 1994. The original book is written in Portuguese. It's called Negros de Terra. This is the English version. The translation is Blacks of the Land. And they're talking about how their reclassifying these Black indigenous people, enslaving these Black indigenous people, calling them uno de los indios, which is where we get the term Indian from. It's not because Columbus got lost and thought he was in India. No, India wasn't even called India at that time. It was called Hindustan. The term Indian comes from the Spanish and the Portuguese calling us uno de los indios, people in God. Why did they call us people in God? Because all these Europeans came over here, saw the indigenous tribes, how we were functioning, and thought that we were like some lost tribe of Israel or some shit. It don't matter if it was the Dutch, the German, the Spanish, the Portuguese, they all write the same thing. We think these folks are descendants of a lost tribe. We think that they're writing in Hebrew, and some of them don't eat shellfish and they honor the Sabbath and da-da-da. That's their words, not mine.
And like,
Furthermore,
and I even
yeah,
pulled
go.
it up real quick just so you could further cook. But like, because I've had these discussions and it all literally devolves into you're xenophobic. You don't want to be African. They keep trying to like generically make you an African, and it's just not about hating Africa. It's just about knowing your lineage. And then when you say your lineage, they want to disregard this. So we have to go like this is not what I came up with, right? So when we're talking about Negros de Terra, the phrase literally means blacks of the land. If you're of the land, that's indigenous. So when they're saying that there were black indigenous, and then people say, hey, I'm from a line of black indigenous people, you's a pretendian, you from Africa. No, nigga, I'm not. Now, some of us were mixed in. So like I said, this is where the ethnogenesis we talk about, which you say may be overstated, it is a real thing. However, because people haven't been, armed with this information, many of them do believe that a lot of us came from Africa, or they believe that, the ethnogenesis was the sole basis for the new creation of an ethnic group, but it wasn't. Obviously they had the paper bag test where there were many dark melanated indigenous blacks here, but because they were too dark, you got to go mix in with the Africans, and then you just became a Negro or a person of color. But this is what the people were saying when they got here, right? So all of the pretending and y'all came from, no, the people, this is the whole delineation movement, right? So we're talking about delineating now, but this is them delineating by saying Negros de Terra. Oh yeah, these are the blacks here, and those blacks come from a different place. That's delineation. You're just drawing a distinction. You know what I mean? But now when we try to do a distinction, it turns into you're being divisive. So what is the stake? And we already know this is rhetorically, but I just want you to cook. Why are they trying to strip us of our indigenous heritage here, bro? What is your science behind that based on your observation and perspective, Mr. Mike?
Let me break it down as simply and plain as possible. Just like we were saying earlier, I can pontificate and get all into the fancy words and shit, or I can break it down just like this. If you believe that you descend from an African slave, then the only thing that you will ever advocate for is freedom from slavery and or civil rights. But if you found out that they lied to you, they colonized you, reclassified you throughout centuries, enslaved you in place in your own land, had you working as a slave in your own fields, then guess what? Not only would you want freedom from slavery, not only would you want civil rights, but you would want your land back. And if you look into it, there were so many wars that Black indigenous people fought against European settlers. Our ancestors were warlike. We do way before the Civil War, way before the Seminole Wars. We're talking Yamasee War of 1715. We're talking about the Creek Massacre of Fort Mims, where we was taking out whole colonies of Europeans, had them running. They said that the massacre of Fort Mims that my tribe did was the biggest loss of European life until 9/11. We were warlike. So guess what? How do you get these Black Indians to stop fighting you in wars? Well, we displace them. We take the warrior men and send them to other colonies in the Americas, like after the Yamasee War of 1715. When the Yamasee tribe lost, the warrior men were shipped to Jamaica as slaves. How many Jamaicans right now believe the programming that they all came from Africa, when in actuality, they can be descendant of Yamasee Indians from the Carolinas? Then the women and the children were sent to other plantations in the South. to be enslaved in place. And if you do this for some time and then raise these children on plantations to believe that they come all the way from Africa, then guess what? You don't have to worry about fighting these people anymore. Matter of fact, you can try to convince them to go back to Africa, which is
To
why
go
if you
back to the
Google,
motherland, right? To go
which
back
is
to where you've never went, right?
exactly.
And now they convince you to repatriate, but how could you repatriate to someone you've never been and you're not
Look
from?
up, look up the Colonization Society of the 1800s.
Yeah, the
In the
American
early
Colonization
1800s,
Society. And do you know
way
about
before the
Marcus
Civil War.
Garvey?
Absolutely, Marcus Garvey. Not only that, here's a gem that most people don't know about: Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln's original plan was never called the Emancipation Proclamation. It was called the Emancipation Deportation. He said, and it's quoted, it's on Ledger, that his original plan was only to free the black slaves in the South if they agreed to willingly deport themselves to another land. He said, we
Which
can't
was
send
going to
them
be
to Africa.
Liberia, right?
No, Liberia's colonization society, it's a little bit earlier. But Lincoln
Okay.
said, we can't send them to Africa because it's logistically impossible. Wait,
I do remember that.
It's logistically impossible to send us back to Africa in the 1850s, 1860s, but you want us to believe that millions of us were trafficked here in the 1600s, the 1700s? What? So guess what? Abraham Lincoln had colonization experiments. He had one called Isle of Aceh. That translates to Cow Island. Look it up. Look up Cow Island, Abraham Lincoln, where he sent over 500 recently emancipated people off to an island off the coast of Haiti. He told them, hey, you guys can't live around us. You know, white folks don't want you here. The only way that we going to free you is to send you somewhere else, but we're going to set you up nicely. We're going to have you working in some coal mines. And after like a few years, we're going to pay you back your back pay, and you can have hospitals and schools, and you can start your own country. Guess what? It ended in a disaster. The first ship with all the people, it left. The second ship with all the supplies, conveniently, never left the U.S. So those folks got stranded over there on an island ran by an ex-plantation owner who was a Confederate, and these folks were basically in another system of slavery. The owner of the island forced a no work, no rations policy. He paid them in a self-printed currency. He charged them exorbitant fees for supplies and medicine and stuff. And the United States Navy had to go rescue the remaining black folks that had survived. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. Furthermore, if I can,
Yeah, I got it pulled up right now.
Most people don't know this. The first time that a United States president ever invited black folks to the White House is when Abraham Lincoln invited prominent black free persons of color to the White House to try to convince them to convince us to voluntarily leave this land. If we was from Africa, they can just deport us. Why do they need us to voluntarily leave? Because they know we're indigenous. I can pull up the word for word quotes that he was saying to them black folks, talking about you guys suffer from being here and white folks suffer from having you around. And look, we're fighting a civil war. White brother is slitting the throat of another white brother all over your black asses. Y'all should just leave somewhere else. And individuals like Frederick Douglass spoke out against Abraham Lincoln's colonization schemes. Matter of fact, I can bring up a direct quote from Frederick Douglass right now.
And this is why. And why another thing why they romanticized Garvey, right?
Mm-hmm.
Garvey, and I know a lot of people they get pissed about this, but Garvey was the definition of a tether. Garvey was trying to get us. Garvey never had been to Africa, but he tried to name himself the provisional African Come on, bro. We from Cali, right?
Yeah.
If I never been to Sac and I try to say I was the king of Sac, I never went to Oakland, I say I'm the king of Oakland. He never been to Africa. He tried to anoint himself as the provisional king of Africa. He had that black star line, which he needed our dollars.
Which was a scam, which is why he was put in the feds, right?
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Furthermore, when it comes to Garvey, he actually wrote letters to the KKK talking about him and the KKK have similar goals to rid America of the blacks.
Yep, and he was saying and he was saying that like we were lazy, all of the tropes that the tethers come over here and say. And mind you, Jamaica wasn't rocking with him. He had to come over here and get it popping with us. And then he turned and spit on us, and then he tried to go in the Caribbean. He ended up dying in Britain somewhere.
Oh yeah. After he got released from American prison, he didn't take his ass to Africa. He went to Europe, died in Europe, and then they took his body to Jamaica. And right now he's buried in a National Heroes Park in Jamaica.
And did you know that Biden he pardoned him? You see what I'm saying? So it's like you have to think that why, you know, when they try to pick your leaders and try to think that Garvey, and I'm not trying to say that, like, just like Malcolm, I'll support Malcolm, but Malcolm wasn't infallible, right? He's a human being. Like, we've all made mistakes, but Malcolm was on code, right? We for Garvey, all of that stuff, and even Garvey, he had a case where someone was going to testify against him, and somehow he ended up unalived right before he was about to testify against them. So that there were some suspicions that he was a cutthroat thing. And I'll let you cook, but I know one of those Olmec statues, one of them was called El Negro.
Yes.
Why was and look, I had told somebody that, and they was like, well, that don't mean that they was black, and they just, man, I'm just
Negro literally means black in Spanish. I mean,
it literally.
Hey, also notice how they only show
features.
us the pictures of the Olmec heads with the helmets on, with the rubber helmets. Guess what?
Yeah, no, there's multiple Olmec heads.
I found them without the helmet. Without the helmets, they got braids and afros.
I was just gonna say, they've actually because there's something called a lie by omission as well. When you sitting on information and you don't fully reveal it, to me, that's like an underhanded lie. And like you said, they've been fixated on showing one angle of one particular Olmec, but when they say statues, that means it's plural. Why do they keep showing that one? You know, that one with the helmet with the big nose, that and even that one they show is called El Negro. But they have multiple ones and they barely, bro, you got to search and find. And then, and this showed you how anti-black Mexico is. Did you know that, like,
here's an Olmec statue right here with afro.
But they're still convincing you that, like, no, you know, you're not indigenous. This was some Asiatic person. And I'm like, even if it was an Asiatic Negro. So it's like, well, however you want to slice it. But the thing is how bigoted and deplorable the Mexican government is. They know that, you know, one of the first Mexican presidents, I think it was Guerrero, right?
Yep, Guerrero.
He was right. Come on, right? And this is what this is where it comes in with the mixture. He was full indigenous, but he also had, like, I think he had some sort of African mixture in with him, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Whenever
Guerrero?
we're dealing with these figures, the indigenous we know we can rely on, but the African is always speculative.
It's skeptical. That's why I'm asking you. But so that's why I lead with the indigenous. But from what I heard, some were saying that he was, you know, bi-ethnic in that way. Either way, because I've heard a lot of Mexicans say, oh, you know, y'all native blacks, y'all need to, like, really be giving us respect because we helped the slaves. No, it was the indigenous black Mexican who helped the slaves. And guess what? The white Mexicans assassinated them. They keep leaving that part out.
Your average Mexican is a descendant of conquistador Europeans that bred it with African slaves and Filipino slaves and maybe some indigenous slaves as well. I mean, over 56% of Latin America identifies as white.
Correct.
But nowadays they're getting online claiming they're the real indigenous people, right?
And that's what's infuriating, because, like, they're just forgetting, and especially Mexicans, and this is not just only them, I'm just speaking about Mexicans in general, right? But, you know, in 1848 they had the Treaty of Hidalgo, which they were fighting the Mexican-American War, and basically the U.S. had them occupied and was like, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. And so this is when they ceded the territory of Cali, Utah, Colorado, all those places and stuff. But also in that treaty, they said that they would let the Mexicans that were already here and a certain amount of Mexicans from Mexico come over to America and be classified as white. And then, so they were racially white, but ethnically they were like, you guys are not Anglo, so they were still like treated. So now they're trying to rewrite history and say that they went through Juan Crow, but they didn't. They were always, you know, about LULAC and all this stuff. They fought to be legally classified as white, and I'm sure you know their sayings like "Mejoró la raza, blancamiento."
Blanquamiento, yeah, all that. Yep,
Yeah,
you're hitting it on the head.
yeah, yeah, and
Keep
that
the race
means light.
pure, keep the race white. Yeah, yeah.
And all you got to do is look at Telemundo, Univision, right? Like so technically Cameron Diaz is Latina, right? But when you look at Cameron Diaz, people see a white girl, you know what I mean?
I know
So
a bunch of white girls who are Latina with green eyes and white skin and ginger hair. I mean, these folks descend from Europeans, Spaniards
yeah.
or Europeans. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just when you're pretending that, you know, you're confused about race, ethnicity, nationality, while at the same time saying that you're the high IQs, you know what I mean?
But
But
they can't get shit popping in Latin America, and they got to flee to our homeland. I mean, it gets deep. It gets deep. I mean, right here on the screen is just one of many receipts I have in my digital archive on NativeBlackAncestry.com. These are the Choctaws of Amet, Louisiana. In the middle, you've got Melinda Tom Lawson, born in 1853, died 1934. Both her parents were full-blood Choctaw. These are what full-blood Choctaws look like in the 1800s. But nowadays, if I pull up a photo of a Choctaw, oh shit, you know, one comes to mind. We got Kelby Kennedy. Kelby Kennedy is a Choctaw Indian. Kelby Kennedy right here is now the face of what it means to be a Choctaw. Oh Lord, I gotta switch around my screen share. Watch this, y'all. It's gonna get real wicked. Look at this. This is what the Choctaws look like nowadays, just like how the Mexicans nowadays look like this. I mean, guys, this is.
And there's the same thing with Cherokee Nation, bro. I've seen some, bro. If you've seen the Cherokee leader, literally looks like Justin Bieber. But then they're saying that you are trying to be a pretendian, and you're trying to. They're trying to say that you're trying to blackwash history and steal the indigenous history. But then we're supposed to be convinced. You know what I mean? That like the Elizabeth Warren. Did you hear about that scandal with Elizabeth Warren a few years ago?
Of course. Yeah.
When Trump was calling her Pocahontas.
With many of these folks. Many of these Europeans have been cosplaying as Native Americans for land, for benefits, to try to push us out. I mean, it's very common. It's been going on for hundreds and hundreds of years at this point. And what's crazy is, the reason why I go so hard with trying to wake up our community to their indigenous American roots is because, as you said, people call me a fraud. They call me a grifter. They say I'm a pretendian. I'm ashamed to be African. But at the end of the day, I'm a member of the federally recognized tribe, the Muskogee Creek Nation. How does the federal government recognize me as an American Indian, and folks still try to say I'm not an Indian? You know what that means? If I got documentation like that and folks still can't believe it, what do you think that they're going to do to y'all when you're getting in touch with your indigenous roots and you find a grandma who's Choctaw or Chickasaw or Calusa? I mean, guys, not only do I have tribal citizenship with a federally recognized tribe, my fourth-time great-grandfather was the chief of the entire Creek Nation in the 1800s. Hold on. I got a book I got to grab. This book right here is called... Oh, wait, hold on. This is the wrong book. I got so many books. I got to keep them straight. Here we go. This book is called The Indian Territory, Its Chiefs, Legislators, and Leading Men. And my great-great-great-great-grandfather, you can Google him. He'll pop right up. Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. He has his own chapter in this book about Indian chiefs, legislators, and leading men. And I'm not sure if you can tell by that photo, but you can probably tell by this photo right here. If you bring me back up on the big screen with the screen share, this is another image of my great-great-great-great-grandfather. And this one's kind of small. Hold on. We'll just Google him. Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. Clearly, this is a black man. Clearly, this is a melanated man. What are we talking about here? So you telling me that the chief of the entire Creek Nation was a black man in the 1800s? I'm a lineal descendant. I also have tribal citizenship with that same indigenous nation, and people still try to doubt the validity of black indigenous people existing in America. Where they do that at?
Well, this is what they say, Mike. This is the other retort. well, yeah, it may have existed, and then they try to say, but their origins came from Africa. What would you respond to that?
Oh, these are extremely weak arguments. It really comes down to two different buckets, right? You got the one people who try to claim that the only way that there's black Indians is if some Africans had some babies with some Native Americans. As if, like, for some reason, Native Americans just have this weird African fetish and they was just fucking on a bunch of Africans. Not only that, but if Africans are shipped here as slaves, how are they having the opportunity to marry and have kids with Native Americans? So Massa on the plantation was like, hey, you work a Monday through Saturday, but on Sunday, we're going to let you fuck on your Native American girlfriend. Like, what are we talking about here? It doesn't make sense. So for one, they say, if there's a black Indian, it's only because they're an African that mixed with a Native. And then the other thing they say is, no, there were black Indians here. Columbus and them saw black Indians, but really these folks are like Africans who traveled over here a bajillion years ago because Mansa Musa's brother Abu Bakari took some ships over here one day and never came back. I mean, they will try the craziest things to try to Africanize our indigenous American heritage.
Yeah, no, bruh, the Africanizing like knows no bound until. And for me, I never called myself African American. I always just, my family, we were always just black, right?
I always
And
put
then,
other on all my documents. Shit, I always put two or more races or other. Fuck that.
but I'm saying culturally, how we were raised black, like, okay, especially in California, most most native foundational freedmen, right, they have some sort of roots to the South, right? My family comes from Alabama, a lot of people come from Louisiana, etc., right? So you can say, oh, I know my cousins in New York, or I know my cousins down south, and if you want me to pull that back up, just let me know, Mike.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
The only reason I even have this this digital archive up anymore is because earlier I told y'all that I was gonna share a little quote from Frederick Douglass, because at the same time that Lincoln is inviting black folks to the White House to try to convince us to willingly immigrate to another land, well, at the same time, Frederick Douglass is speaking out against this. Frederick Douglass was not invited to the White House with the other black folks, and you're gonna see exactly why in just a moment. If you guys remember, Frederick Douglass
Oh, if I'm
actually
not
had his
mistaken, I thought I heard Harriet Tubman may have had some sort of indigenous ancestry, but at the very least, I know she was speaking on the same type of tempo as Frederick Douglass, because they were trying to push that whole American colonization, and she said, no, there's no way, there's no going back to Africa, we're too rooted here, you know what I mean? Like,
oh no, but Harriet Tubman is an African woman who just knew how to expertly navigate North America to the point that she can make multiple round trips to free slaves. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Here's another quick example. I used to have disdain for this because not only do they Africanize us, but they try to, like, I don't even know what you would call this, but they try to act like we all exclusively descend from plantation slaves. We do not.
oh,
I have
not
so
yet.
many
That was
clients. Yeah.
another thing too, because just how you said the ethnogenesis may be overstated. I think the our enslaved population may be
Yes.
overstated, not the practice or the trade of but I think they are completely understating about how many indigenous were free in building prior. Now, those free enclaves and institutions that they built were attacked and subjugated to racial terror. However, they did build them
Yeah.
with free hands,
Places
right?
like the Carolinas, Louisiana, Virginia have huge demographics of people listed as free colored persons long before the Civil War. These folks are
Correct.
never enslaved. These folks are free from the jump.
And even New York was
Yeah.
built by, it was a combination of free black, but just how they delineate between the Tetas and the Guinea, they would delineate back there and say, like, hey, these were the free blacks, and then these were the enslaved, and they both had built because before it was New York, they call it New Amsterdam, and it literally was called like the land of the blacks, you know what I mean? But you're
Absolutely.
not
I've
supposed to
actually
even
been out
talk
to New
about this.
York in museums close to Wall Street, and they literally have images of black Indians all on the ceilings and shit. I saw this years ago. So, especially on the East Coast, a perfect case study. The movie 12 Years a Slave. Out of all the bullshit slave movies, that one's actually halfway decent. They still did the tether shit and got Africans from Europe playing the plantation slaves and
Yeah,
stuff.
that
But
that's
if
why
you
I
look
didn't watch
past
it, to be
that,
honest.
you know, if you look past, you're always gonna have to look past some shit. Like,
Yeah, that's true.
I love the movie Sinners. I went and saw it in IMAX 2 days in a row, but they try to slide in that Africanizing us with the nigga and the drums and the one
Yeah.
scene and shit. I mean, you know, they always got to throw some pan goofy shit in there.
They
But
got you.
the movie 12 Years a Slave is based off of the autobiography of a man named Solomon Northup. Who was Solomon Northup? He was a man on the East Coast, a free person of color, never enslaved, descendant of American Indians. And guess what? If you were free, you oftentimes would take on the political status of free man, not freedman with a D, free man. And sometimes they would even take on the surname as free man to really try to protect themselves and make sure the other white folks know, yo, like, I'm down with the system. I'm living in colonial society. I'm a barber. I'm a shoemaker. I'm a blacksmith. I'm not an enslavable class of melanated person. These free persons would actually have to carry freedom papers with them whenever they travel to the South or even travel to border states, because they were at risk of being taken, kidnapped, and sent to the South as slaves just based off phenotype alone. And that's exactly what happened to Solomon Northup. He was tricked by some white folks. He was drugged, kidnapped, sent to Louisiana on the plantation, and he stayed there for several years until he finally found a cool white dude on the plantation that sent a letter to his white friends on the East Coast to let them know where he was at. And then the sheriff and all the white people came to the plantation like, you better get this motherfucker out. He's a free man. He's not a slave. This is how tricky it gets. You can even look up the court case Hudgens versus Wright. Hudgens versus Wright was a hallmark historical case where they said that Native American slavery was outlawed at a certain point in colonial America. So what they would do is they would still take Native Americans as slaves, especially the darker skinned ones. But when they got caught with them, they'd front and be like, oh no, we got them from Africa, right? So Hudgens versus Wright is about a court case where a person who was wrongfully enslaved proved their indigenous American ancestry in court, sued, and got their freedom. And there was dozens of cases just like that. You can just look it up. Hudgens versus Wright. So this whole slavery thing is way more complex than people understand. I mean, even this whole 400 years of slavery, no. Remember, Indian removal, the Trail of Tears and all that, that was 1830s. White folks did not move into the South en masse and take over these indigenous lands and convert them into plantations until post 1830s. Guess what? End of the Civil War is 1865. A lot of our ancestors, if they was in the Southeast and if they were even enslaved, they're slaves for like 10, 20, 30 years. Not no 400 years of slavery, but you see how they play with us to make us think that we're just like these lowly slaves, right? I mean, here's the article that I wanted to share from Frederick Douglass. This is written in 1852, his own newspaper. I think he called this the North Star or something, or, you know, you guys don't quote me on that, but if you look up Frederick Douglass's newspaper, it'll pop right up. He writes about the colonization scheme. He says, there is no sentiment more universally entertained nor more firmly held by the free colored people of the United States than that this is their own, their native land, and that here, for good or for evil, their destiny is to be wrought out. Identified with the entire history of the American people going back more than 200 years, this sentiment is natural and praiseworthy. There is not now, there never has been, and we think there never will be any general desire on the part of our people to immigrate from this land to any other, and least of all to the wilds of Africa. That's how our ancestors were talking about Africa. But they want to try to tell us that that's our motherland nowadays, huh? Okay.
And they even had a whole Garvey Must Go campaign as well when he was trying to get us to go back out there.
Yep.
So they was calling him out as well. But now we have to really analyze and scrutinize, why are they trying to fixate on propping these people up as our leaders? And then what are our leaders on? They on some send us back to Africa stuff. They just went into this whole Ghana reparations thing, right? They trotted out Al Sharpton and some other pan goofies to try to, and mind you, Ghana, that whole reparations proposal, none of it was for us. They were just they name dropped us but it's like here to focus on Ghana. And then they came, I don't know if you've seen this, they came to New York to lay like a wreath.
Yeah.
I'm just like, come
Look it
on,
up.
bro.
Ghana was one of the areas that played a hugely significant role in the transatlantic slave trade. So the same motherfuckers who sold their fellow countrymen are now trying to ask for reparation. Motherfucker, we need reparations from Ghana if you do your genealogy and you find that you descend from an African trafficked from the West Coast. I mean, come on. Here's another article. This is the early 1900s. This is from a black Dr. J.R. Hawkins of North Carolina. He says, and this is Kansas City, Missouri. He says, disenfranchise the Negro and send him back to Africa? Absurd. Impossible. More than $1 billion worth of United States real estate, which he owns in his own name in the United States, is not easily to be taken from him. Besides, the Negro is not an African. He is an American. African is a misnomer. Why try to send him to a country which is not his own? You see why they don't teach you about this in school, right?
Yeah, no, some of the stuff you feel a little bit dejected when you learn about it. Like, you know what I mean? Some of this stuff is like, dang, man, I'm just now learning about this stuff. But then we also have to consider that there's been a concerted effort for us to not know about this as well, you know?
Absolutely. There's mainstream academics who go out of their way to Africanize our indigeneity. I'm beefing right now with a professor named Claudio Sant, who made a bunch of films with that dude who passed, who voiced Darth Vader and Lion King and stuff. I forget it. Earl Jones, Ray Earl Jones, or something like that.
James Earl Jones.
Yeah, this dude Claudio Sant was on the front lines of trying to Africanize our indigeneity, and he even tried to allege that my grandfather, who was a chief of the Creek Nation, spoke Creek fluently. He tried to say that he was visibly African. Yeah.
But that they don't even know what that means. And this is another thing too. Once you start looking back further, that using the term African is like relatively new. Like even when you start looking at some of these old things, they were calling them Nubians. They were calling them other thing, right?
Blackamoors, all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Exactly. So why are we trying to pretend like there was just this one cohesive, coherent term, African, that meant to all of us? Then it's funny that they always try to Africanize us, but guess who they don't really try to Africanize? North Africans, who are literally African.
No, that's not North Africa. That's the Middle East, and that's like a whole different part. That's not Egypt is in Africa, guys. It's
right.
Like, they really be trying to play in our face. Hey, another example, case in point. Look at the rich indigenous culture in Louisiana with the masking Indian ceremonies. They play in our face so hard. You got black folks out there with tribes, with chiefs, spending all year to sow this tribal regalia to keep their indigenous history alive. 60 Minutes just did a special on masking Indians of Louisiana. And guess what they said in the first 30 seconds of the special? They made the claim that these black folks descend from Africans that got shelter with Native American communities, which is why they dress up like Native Americans to honor the Native Americans that took their African ass in. It makes no sense. Where are the Asiatic slanty eye natives dressing up like this? Where are the white face looking natives dressing up like this? Why is it only the black folks? And they want us to believe that it's not because they're keeping their culture alive. It's not because of cultural continuity. It's because they're just trying to pay respect to the Native Americans that took them in. They be playing in our face. I've actually spoke to some elders from Louisiana. They told me, and this ain't really for everybody, but you know, we all amongst kinfolk here. They told me that the real reason that they call it masking Indian ceremonies and stuff is because they're masking their indigeneity with what would be the right word? With this kind of I can't even find the right word, but the fact that they're so showy with it, and it's kind of similar to what they do in Carnival ceremonies, and this actually also has a little bit of roots from the French, who would have masquerade parties and stuff. But basically, the masking Indian ceremony is that they're masking that they're an Indian. Hey, they used to kill us for saying we Indian. They try to push us all west of the Mississippi. The only way that we can keep our culture alive is by saying that we're masking Indian, we're cosplaying like we're Indians.
So they're trying to dilute a little bit, right? They're like, this ain't the true Coke. We stepped on it a little bit, so it's not it's not the pure.
You guys are right. Yeah, we come from Africa, and we're just paying homage to them Indians that took us in. Wink, wink, wink. But if you actually talk to anybody in NOLA, they like, nah, we from here. Our ancestors from here. We ain't from no Africa like that. Come on. If we was from Africa, where's the oral tradition? Where's the African dish passed down from your great grandma? Where's the African spiritual system that we practice?
No, and then I'm glad you asked that, because this segues, and now this is where the tethering comes into. Now they know that we created hip hop here, and then because, like you said, with the centers and the drums, that's an argument that I've heard people make. Oh, if it wasn't for the
drums, nigga, we had drums in America. What are you talking about? Goofy told me the other day, Africans brought rice. Motherfuckers, we already had rice in the America. Some motherfucker told me the other day, gumbo comes from Africa. No, it doesn't. Gumbo was a one-pot stew that Native Americans have been doing since the beginning of time. Just because they got colonized by the French in Louisiana, so they incorporated the French roux. Just because some of them allowed some Africans to rock with them, and some people make the gumbo with some okra, that doesn't mean gumbo is an African dish. Come on.
And like Red 6 says, African square jambalaya comes from Africa. And then they're like saying, they're trying to have the battle of the jollof and jambalaya. And look, for me, I know some people, I'm being respectful with my rhetoric, but bro, I didn't grow up eating bush meat. I didn't grow up eating the goosey soup, naan and curry. Salute to y'all. But like, to try to pretend as if it's all the same culture. I always say this too, right? Everyone knows that Japanese culture is the exclusive originator for samurai and ninja culture, right? It would be foolish for Filipinos to take credit for it because they're Asian, right? It would be foolish for Cambodians. That's how foolish it is for someone from Senegal, someone from any other part of the so-called diaspora to try to pretend because we have a level of melanin that y'all helped create jazz and blues and all this stuff.
You know what it is, right?
You didn't.
You know what it is? Just like the European migrants, if you will, don't want us to know about our indigenous history so that they can continue to occupy our land and steal our resources. Well, in that same vein, the Africans fight against us knowing our indigenous history because the only thing that Africans have ever had going for themselves is their alleged kinship to us. We was sending them pen pals and Red Cross rice and feeding the children. Your mama probably told you.
I ain't gonna lie.
I sent all that food because there's a starving.
I sent the pen pal. Yeah,
the pen pal. Yeah, they literally eat off of the notion that Black Americans think that they came from Africa at some point. I mean, do you know how big the Black American tourism business is?
I was just going to say, do you know Ghana is doing one for Juneteenth, charging like $4,000, bruh? If you saying it's my motherland and come and repatriate and come back to the motherland, but only if you got $4,000.
Hey, I dated a Jewish girl one time. She said that if you're Jewish, they give you a free trip to Israel, and if you want to move there, they'll set you all the way up. We can't even get a free trip to Africa off these scheming ass motherfuckers.
And that's what I'm saying. Okay, cool. This is my motherland. Send me out with a plot of land. I'll get it popping there. I'll come back to my so-called motherland, but they ain't got nothing for you. Some dude that wanted me to go do like a rap show to some place in Africa, and I was like, cool. I'll go trip over there, bro. Yep. But in order for you to go, you got to send over all your bank records and all this. I'm just like, hold on, what?
Hey, if I gotta take malaria flu shots and shit to travel there, I don't need to go there. There's so much for us to see here in our ancestral homeland of the Americas.
We really haven't even tapped in, bro. We haven't. Let's be honest. I always tell people that too when they want to be like passport bros. Salute to you if you want to do that. But then when I ask them about how many of other rich places they never been to, right? You know how rich the indigenous history is in Oklahoma, but you trying to go to Nigeria? You know what I mean?
But look at how they try to hide the history of the Black indigenous people of Oklahoma. They talk about Black Wall Street, right? They tell you this was founded by Black folks, Negroes. False. Black Wall Street was created before Oklahoma became a state in 1907. Before Oklahoma
And the
became a state
most
in 1907, it was Indian territory. These people were Black indigenous people who were using their land allotments that they got from the Dawes Commission to start dozens of successful Black cities. Tulsa was just one of them. You had
Yeah, yeah,
Okmulgee, you
yeah.
had a bunch of
That's another
others.
thing too. Because sometimes when people say Black Wall Street, they say it is singular, but you always have to talk about plural because there was
Mhm.
a Coe, Florida, Wilmington, North Carolina, so on. But salute to Lex. She's actually born in was raised in OKC, and not only that, Oklahoma. It has the most founded Black indigenous towns too. Like it's really a rich history that I didn't even know about
Hey,
because no one ever mentions it.
here's how heavy they play in our face. Have you heard of the new movie that came out not too long ago called Sarah's Oil?
Oh yeah, and they got a little Haitian girl to play Sarah Rector. Yeah.
Not only did they pull that whole move, but Sarah Rector, if you guys ever look up Sarah Rector, they say she was the richest, youngest colored girl in the world in the early 1900s. Well, how did she get so rich? The land that she owned had oil beneath it. Where was the land? In Oklahoma. Wait a minute. Her family held that land before Oklahoma became a state. Before Oklahoma became a state, it was Indian territory. How does this Black girl and her Black family get land in Indian territory? Because Sarah Rector was not some Black girl. She's a Muskogee Creek Indian. She was a member of my tribe. Her whole family were recognized as members of my tribe. But this is how they play in your face. First of all,
No,
the
but they
movie
weren't even
Sarah's
calling
Oil.
her Black. They were calling her an African.
Yay. Not only that, the movie Sarah's Oil never touches on how she got the land. Never explains that she got the land because she was recognized as a Muskogee Creek Indian and she got it through a federal Dawes Commission land allotment. Matter of fact, this is how sick it gets. If you just go to her page on Wikipedia, Sarah Rector, this is how they describe her. Sarah Rector, a Black grandchild of Creek Indians. Motherfucker, if my grandparents are Creek Indians, my parents are Creek Indian, I'm a Creek
And
Indian.
you see, yeah, so and that's how they do the wordplay. Rather than call her that, they're saying, "Oh, yeah, she's the grandchild of Creek Indians," which makes her one.
She didn't just descend from Creek Indians. She had federal tribal citizenship she had a card just like this, but they won't even call her a Muskogee Creek Indian on her Wikipedia page. I guess when I die, they're going to say I'm the descendant of some African Creek chief or some shit. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, that's pretty much what they gonna say. And then even when you look down, right, she had 5 siblings. So it wasn't just her. She had 5 other Indian siblings, right?
Absolutely.
Then it looks down who were the grandchildren of Creek Indians enslaved before the Civil War.
Oh,
So
and
that's
then
what
no. And this is a huge point of contention. This is also how they try to hide the history. When the Dawes Commission came to town, breaking up the tribes and deciding who's an Indian and who's not an Indian, first of all, they were doing it because matter of fact, here, hold on. I got to just break it all the way down. This is something that I normally break down during the one-on-one genealogy consultations that I provide through my website, nativeblack.ancestry.com. But, I'm going to drop some free gems right here because there's a huge point of contention with this whole freedmen thing, right? People are thinking freedmen are like African slaves of Native Americans or some Africans that mix with natives. No. First of all, you've got 2 different terms. You've got free men, which would be someone like Solomon Northup. A free man is someone who descends from hostage converted American Indians. If your indigenous ancestors were already converted to Christianity or assimilated to colonial hierarchy in the 1600s and the 1700s, then their descendants are known as free men, so that's a protected group. The white folks know, okay, they're down with our get down. We can't enslave them. They carry in freedom papers and stuff, right? That's a free man. You were never enslaved. But when we talk about the term freedman, this is where it gets very, very complicated. 99.9% of people will assume that a freedman is someone who was a slave and then got their freedom. No, it's not that simple. There's 2 different types of freedmen. You've got freedmen of U.S. territory. You've got freedmen of tribal territory. Now, what's the difference between U.S. territory and tribal territory? Geographically, not much. We might be in Alabama, and some of the local land is owned by an indigenous tribe, so that's tribal territory. Rest of the land is owned by the U.S. government, that's U.S. territory. So it doesn't have to be separated a lot geographically. It's just about who has ownership over the land. And in U.S. territory, you did have some folks that were enslaved, and then they got their freedom, and we call them freedmen. Pretty self-explanatory. Nothing necessarily wrong with that. And sometimes that happened in tribal territory as well. You had some folks that were enslaved, they get their freedom, and now we refer to them as freedmen. But what most people don't realize is that in U.S. territory, you had folks that were never, ever enslaved, but they still got reclassified as freedmen. Here's a perfect case study. I had an older lady, she's like 70 something. She hired me last year to trace her family's genealogy. And when I presented the results to her, I showed her where her great-great-great-great-grandfather had a labor contract negotiated through the Freedmen's Bureau in Louisiana during Reconstruction after the Civil War. So this lady says to me, "Oh, Mike, my grandfather was a freedman, so he was a slave." Well, I then showed her the 1830 Louisiana census, where her grandfather is listed as a free person of color. Not only that, he owned plantations. Not only that, he owned slaves. But wait, there's more. I found the actual purchase agreement for the slaves. He was buying slaves to grant them their freedom. It was called manumission at the time. He would actually write in the bill of sale, "When this transaction is concluded, so-and-so is free and has the full protection of my family." But you see how she would assume that her grandfather was a slave at some point because of this freedman label that gets slapped on him by the Freedmen's Bureau. And at the same time, you've got Black Indian folks in tribal territory who were never enslaved at all. But when it came time to sign up on the Dawes roll, they get racially reclassified as freedmen. Most people don't understand the timeline. Indian removal, Trail of Tears, is the 1830s. And not all Indians moved out of the Southeast. A large number did, but a lot of them stayed. There were some that were taken as prisoners of war, forced on plantations, enslaved in place. There were some living in free maroon societies like the Seminoles and the Florida Everglades. But either way, Indian removal is the 1830s. The Dawes Commission, the Dawes Roll, that doesn't come until 1898. When we walked the Trail of Tears, we had an agreement with the U.S. government. The U.S. government said, "Hey, you guys get out of the Southeast, and we ain't gonna do you dirty though. Listen, give us Florida, give us Georgia, give us Alabama, give us Louisiana, and in exchange, we'll give you hundreds of thousands of acres of land west of the Mississippi. It's going to be your own Indian territory. You can do your own thing. You can have your own government, make your own towns. No white folks will ever step foot on your land. We going to stay east of the Mississippi. Y'all going to stay west of the Mississippi." And that's exactly how it went for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 60 years. But what happened was over time, some white folks had snuck into Indian territory. And they sat down with Uncle Sam one day and they said, "Yo, Uncle Sam, respectfully, have you lost your damn mind? You don't realize that all this land that we gave those Indians is rich with oil?" So as soon as the U.S. government finds out that Indian territory has oil running beneath it, they say, "Yo, we got to steal this land from the Indians." But someone said, wait, Uncle Sam, that's going to look too shisty. We just like damn near stole their land in the Southeast and gave them this land in exchange. So now for us to come to this land 60 years later and take it from him, that's going to look too crazy optically. So this is what they do. They get Henry Dawes. That's who the Dawes Roll is named after. They get Henry Dawes to form the Dawes Commission and the Dawes Roll. Who is Henry Dawes? A Massachusetts senator. They basically sent some white boy from Massachusetts out to Indian territory to pick and choose who's an Indian and who's not an Indian no more. They had white federal agents on the Dawes Commission that would go and interrogate our ancestors in their own home. "What's your name?" What's your tribe? Speak the language. Who's your grandmother? Who's your grandfather? And if they didn't like the answer to one of their questions, or they just didn't like the way that you looked, then guess what? They would reject your Dawes Roll application and you would get classified as a Negro. And if your ancestor was lucky enough to get placed on the Dawes Roll, well, if they failed the brown paper bag test, if they were too dark skinned, then they placed them on a separate roll as a freedman. And here's where it gets real tricky, because if we even go to the Dawes Roll right now, I'll use one of my own ancestors as an example. Pleasant Tobler, his roll number is 1017. This is how tricky it gets when we talk about the Dawes Roll and the Dawes Commission. This is Pleasant Tobler right here, listed at 2 years old, male, blood quantum 1/2. There's that roll number 1017. He's listed as a Creek by blood newborn. But I'm not sure if you noticed something about this list. Do you see that if you're classified as a Creek freedman, or a Choctaw freedman, or a Chickasaw freedman, or a Cherokee freedman, do you notice everybody labeled as a freedman has a blank spot? This is the blood quantum category. They purposefully did not record the Indian blood of those they classified as freedmen. Why did they do that? So that years later, in the 1970s to be exact, when all these Elizabeth Warren type white folks got control of the tribes, they changed the tribal constitutions in the middle of the night. No vote. My tribe did it in 1979, and this is what they changed the tribal constitution to. They said, it's no longer good enough for you to have an ancestor listed on the Dawes Roll as part of the tribe for you to be a citizen. That's no longer good enough. From the 1970s and onward, you have to have an ancestor listed on the Dawes Roll as part of the tribe, and they have to have a blood quantum recorded. So in the 70s and the 80s, overnight, hundreds of thousands of black folks get kicked out of their tribe. Why? Because their ancestors were reclassified as freedmen by white federal agents, and those white federal agents never wrote down a blood quantum for them. And there's bands of freedmen, such as the Creek freedmen of my own tribe, who are fighting to get their citizenship rights restored to this day. But if we break it down even more simpler, when we talk about the difference between the freedmen of U.S. territory and the freedmen of tribal territory, you got to understand, these are both indigenous groups. These Black indigenous people in U.S. territory, some of them are free, some of them are enslaved in place, prisoners of war, put on plantation concentration camps, and they get reclassified as freedmen, and they get their wealth stolen by who? The Freedmen's Bureau. The Freedmen's Bureau is also the same entity behind the Freedmen's Bank scam that's responsible for billions of dollars of generational wealth being siphoned out of recently emancipated communities. But that's the Freedmen's Bureau.
Then they just, under Kamala Harris, she opened up, and I just want you to respond to this comment that I'm about to pull up. She reopened the Freedmen's Bank, but turned it into an All Lives Matter and said that, hey, it's for everyone else. But Lex says,
so will you do something just for black folks? Oh, no, it's just going, it's going to be for everybody.
Everybody, yeah. So Lex says Judge Joe Brown said he was on the committee that had us go from Negro to African American. And he said, why does it bother us so much?
Just like Jesse Jackson descends from American Indians, but
Cherokee.
He's trying to Cherokee, but he's trying to call us.
He's literally registered.
We've always had boule sellouts. Remember, free men are people who descend from American Indians who've already been Christianized, converted, assimilated. These are the same
Remember
people.
James Brown, he looks, bro looks strong indigenous, but they kept trying to Africanize him.
These are the same people who would create things like the African Methodist Episcopal Church. These are the same people who become the civil rights leaders. They always create a boule class system of basically the good Indians. A lot of them have European ancestry as well, who get to become like the spokesmen of all of Black America. This is the way it's always been.
No one asked them. They just said, this is your leader, right?
Why did the Indians walk the Trail of Tears? Because there was a bunch of half-breed sellouts who were agent provocateurs and falsely signed treaties fronting like they were the chiefs. One that you guys can look up right now is William McIntosh, Who was William McIntosh? His daddy was a Scot-Irish man. His mama was a Creek Indian. He was raised by his white daddy to be an agent provocateur, and he signed the treaty that gave away all of our land to the U.S. government and had us walk in the Trail of Tears. And what did we do when we found out what he did? We went to his plantation, burnt it to the ground, and assassinated him. But wait, it gets deeper. Who was his European family? Who was his cousin? William McIntosh's cousin was Governor George Troup. He was the governor of Alabama. He was the main person pushing Indian removal. White dude pushing Indian removal got a half-breed Creek Indian cousin who's going to front like he's the chief and sign the treaty. This is how they get down.
And another thing that I want to talk about too, because my family actually comes from Alabama, and they're actually from Tuscaloosa. And I'm gonna be real, I didn't even know this until and actually Tariq did mention this. He said, bro, a lot of those names are actually indigenous names. And then I looked it up, and then specifically Tuscaloosa is derived from Choctaw language, and it literally means black warrior, and it was named after Chief Tuscaloosa. Like,
Chief
bro,
Tuscaloosa, who battled DeSoto in the 1500s. Yep.
correct, the 1540s and stuff, and like they had like a battle of, I think, Mobila, or I can't remember.
Battle of
exactly.
Mobile. Yeah. Well, yeah. Some people pronounce it Mobila. Yeah. But to this day, people will say, oh no, that's a coincidence. Like Chief Tuscaloosa wasn't black. They just called him Black Warrior.
I was just gonna say that. That's what they've been saying. You gotta understand, when they said black, they didn't literally mean black. They were trying to say they meant black to like describe his mood and his temperament. I'm just like
how there's Olmec statues called El Negro with afros, but they're not really black. They just call them El Negro. I mean, hey, they can keep giving us glasses of piss and telling us that it's tea all they want, but I mean, come on, what are we talking about? And real quick, just to close out this example, the indigenous people who are not walking the Trail of Tears, some of them are enslaved in place, reclassified to terms like Negro, mulatto, mulatress, octoroon, all kinds of stuff, right? They get reclassified, quadroon, they get reclassified as freedmen, and they get disenfranchised by the Freedmen's Bureau. The Black indigenous people that walked the Trail of Tears went to what would later become the state of Oklahoma in 1907. They get reclassified as freedmen and get their land stolen by the Dawes Commission. Two different government agencies doing the same exact thing at the same exact time, taking Black indigenous people and reclassifying them as freedmen and stealing their land and stealing their identity. Most people don't know that if you were in the South after 1865, whether you were ever a slave or not, they was calling everybody a freedman. And they also forced them to have labor contracts through the Freedmen's Bureau, which was basically legalized slavery, where they wrote in the contract that you got to go back to that plantation and call that person massa and work 6 days a week. But it's not slavery, because when harvest comes, you're going to get a share of the crop. Sharecropping, they called it. But what happened was, when harvest time comes, the slave master pulls out a ledger and says, you know what? I do owe you a percentage of this crop here, but you owe me rent. I know you're living in the same slave shack that you used to live in when you were a slave, but you're free now, boy. You owe rent on that shack. We've also been feeding you. You got sick a couple times. I called the doctor out. Matter of fact, you owe me money. So now you're a debt slave. Now you're in a sharecropping, legalized slavery system. I mean, the union never freed a damn thing. It's called Reconstruction for a reason. They just reconstructed the labor force and got some of them Black Indians to go up north and work in factories.
Yeah, restructured and reclassified. But I want you to respond to this chat. First of all, this is what I've been hearing my whole life. Black comes from Africa. And it's funny because I've heard people here, and I've heard Africans say this: why y'all call yourselves black? Black is just a color. It's no country called black. Have you heard that before? Bro, when they're in there, bro, I've heard, I'm not black. It's not just the Dominicans. I know Black Poppy. I'm not black, I'm Haitian. I'm not black, I'm Nigerian. I'm not black, I'm Puerto Rican. This is all of the things that I heard. People used to say, why are y'all calling yourselves black? Oh, it's because y'all don't know who y'all from. I'm a proud Yoruba. I'm Hausa. I'm Igbo. And then when we say, fine, you're not black, then they say, you can't gatekeep blackness. And then you got people like this person saying black comes from Africa. So if you want to subscribe to the racial theory, which is saying that the race is Negroid, then no, not every Negroid comes from Africa. You can't try to say that the black man is the original man, populated the globe thousands, tens of thousands of years. Some say millions of years. Let's just go with the tens of thousands of years. And he stayed in this little small centralized area. No, so the whole black comes from Africa? No, because Africans on the continent of Africa, 54
Don't even call
countries,
themselves black.
bro, 3,000 different ethnic groups, 2,000 different tribes,
And none of
people
them
that
are
have
called
the same.
black, right?
None of them. And then I know, shout out to Diaspora Theory. She had asked the African, she said, if y'all call yourselves black, how do you say black in your mother tongue?
Oh, damn. Gotcha.
And then they were like, oh yeah, we don't call, and they said, oh well, we don't call ourselves that. And she said, that's the point. Y'all don't call yourselves black. You tether on to blackness here. And we were the ones who were saying, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. Not say it loud, I'm African American and I'm proud, right? We were the only ones who led, and I get all the, oh, it means you know all the stuff, man. It
Yeah.
means
Black
dead, it
Laws,
means pale and all
dictionaries.
this stuff.
I mean,
But
the
that's
only reason that they even cling to the word black nowadays is because, again, the only thing they've ever had going for themselves is their alleged kinship to us. We made black something to be globally revered. If you go to China, you go to Europe, and you say black, they are thinking of a black American, not no goddamn African. Matter of fact, these African migrants are in the UK now calling
they
themselves
actually,
black Brits.
yes, they never used to do that. And on top of that, they'll say that the black Brits, that they have this that they're so inherently great at acting, yet they can't get no gigs acting, so they got to come over here and tether on to us. They got Cynthia Erivo playing Harriet Tubman. They got some dude named Coleman Domingo playing all of our leaders.
Fred
They had some
Hampton
other,
film was an
come on
African.
bro,
Martin Luther King
African.
Jr. film was an African. 12 Years a Slave, Solomon Northup, African. They even got the African from South America, Zoe Saldana, to put on a nigga nose and a prosthetic and blackface to play Nina
For
Simone.
Nina. And then they went and got, instead of Snowfall, right? And I do like Damson and Drees, but they go and get this African dude, but they hired a bunch of LA gangbangers to teach him how to be a black.
Yeah.
I'm just like,
They're
you could have
rolling
just
around and teaching me how to. Yeah, I've seen that same interview. I mean, come on. And this is part of the psyops. How do they get away with making us think that we look like Africans by having Africans come over here and play our leaders? Most people don't realize that this has been going on for a long, long, long time. I mean, ever since colonialism, you're enslaving Black indigenous people. You bring a few Africans to other part of the Americas, and then you tell these Black indigenous people in North America, no, y'all aren't from here. Y'all are from Africa, like the mother slaves in Brazil and the Caribbean and stuff. I mean, it's the bait and switch. Most people don't
and so
realize.
some call it like Lex called it. She called it destiny swapping.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what they want to do. They capitulate to European hierarchy. They're like, damn, you Black people are complaining and stuff. Our countries don't even have roads. We're shitting in the streets. We would love to come over here and be living under white folks, and we'll take advantage of these opportunities better than you. I mean, they have a sick mentality. But what I also wanted to say is that when we talk about this whole destiny swapping and stuff, most people don't realize more Africans freely immigrated to the United States in the 80s and the 90s than the entire amount of all Africans trafficked during the entire transatlantic slave trade. Let that sink
And most Africans came after the year 2000. Most African immigrants came here after the year 2000. Even right now with the Black population, even though they try to like put them in most positions of power, they said that like 90% of, the Black Americans here are like native born, like not immigrants and stuff. You know what I mean?
And they've always
But
been
like,
used as agent provocateurs. Like I said,
correct.
most of them are coming in the 80s and the 90s. That's when we're also getting the crack pandemic. the gangbanging shit, our grassroots organizations like the Bloods and the Crips are turned into gangbangers. African agents were behind a lot of that. When you look at things like Atlanta scam culture, pull it up on a chart. There's a direct correlation between the rise of scamming in Atlanta and the rise of Nigerian migrants that have been flooding Atlanta ever since the 80s and the 90s. When you think about New York drill music, that's a lot of African tethers doing that fucking drill shit. Come on now. Come on. The most degenerate aspects of our society are perpetrated by foreigners cosplaying as us.
And before we delineated, we didn't say that. So for instance, like in Miami, like especially in the 80s, they had the shower posse where it was flooded with Jamaican and Haitians. Like they were like a bunch of coke and violence, but it was just framed as just blacks doing that. And then you start looking, you like, bro, that was a bunch of Caribbean, Bahamian, all this stuff, but it was under
Twerking
the
culture also comes from the Caribbean folks coming over. Yeah, a lot of degenerate shit. I mean, have you ever came across this book before, The African by Harold Corlander?
I've seen that title, but I have never read it.
This is how deep we get with the receipts. Alex Haley creates the book and the movie Roots and tries to convince us, and he was successful for the most part, convinces us that Roots was his personal family story, and that because of that, somehow it's like all of our collective story as well. Are you familiar with the fact that Alex Haley had to pay over $650,000 to a man for plagiarizing Roots from him?
No, I didn't know that.
Hey, I'm the king of receipts. I can't just say it. I got to show it. Let's just type in Alex Haley Roots lawsuit. He paid $650,000 in an out-of-court settlement to who? Harold Corlander, the man who wrote this book. Harold Corlander writes a fictional book called The African, which is about an African being shipped to South America as a slave, which, even though it's a fictional book, makes sense because most of the Africans went to South America, not North America. Alex Haley rips off this book, makes Roots, and ends up having to give him over $500,000 for plagiarizing him. But this is where it gets even trickier. Who is Harold Corlander? Harold Corlander is an American Jew. We have a Jewish American man writing a book called The African, which is fictional.
Oh, wow.
Then Alex Haley takes it, plagiarizes it, and is convincing all of us that we Kuta Kinte, we come from Africa and shit. Do you know how many genealogy clients I have who were elders who tell me that when they were our age, their family had them stay up late and watch Roots on TV, and this was the
Bro, we
first time
watched
black
that in
folks was ever on
school.
TV. It's sick, and it's all fake. It's false.
Bro, yeah, and that they was airing that on TV. Bro, this is wild, bro. And
Harold
another thing
Corlander
too.
is an American novelist, folklorist, and anthropologist. If you know anything about Indigenous research, anthropologists and novelists and folklorists, they are agents of colonialism. Why is a Jewish man writing all these books about African slaves being shipped over here? I wonder.
But I guarantee he didn't make any books about the Jewish involvement in the slave trade. I can guarantee he didn't find. And then peep this, because Red Six, he brought up a good point. And actually, hold on, let me pull this down real quick because I want to pull this up. Because do you know about? He said, remember the Cleveland Indian?
Yeah, the mascot.
The mascot.
Yeah, little black boy.
This was an Indian.
Mm-hmm.
But once again, like this is an Indian, but like they didn't. This team wasn't called the Cleveland Africans, bro. So it's like, what am I missing here, Mike?
Hey, it gets deep.
Have we just been lied to our whole life?
Yeah, we have been living a lie. Here's another example. Let me see if I can find it. They tried so hard to scrub the image of it. I don't even know if you can find it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is what the original seal. Oh, wait, hold on. Where'd the photo go? Maybe somebody put it down in the comment section. Let me see. You guys can probably still see it from this image, even though it's kind of small. This right here is the original seal of the Choctaw Nation. Clearly a black man. There's no other way that you can get around that. That is a black Indian right there. But guess what? They changed the seal to, let's see, to this man. Talk about racial reclassification.
Oh, wow. You want to talk about Destiny Swap?
Oh, I can give you another example. There's a country in the Caribbean called Suriname. I only know about this country because I had a man who was indigenous to Suriname call in to my live stream one day and break down the whole history and stuff. He's like, "Yo, even in Suriname, they try to tell us that we all come from Africa, but there was black Indians here." Da 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 da. The Suriname country seal. This is the original Suriname coat of arms right here. This is the original coat of arms for the country of Suriname, 1913. But guess what? They changed it in 1959 to this. What are we talking about? 1913, 1959. The more that time rolls on, the Indians just get wider and wider and wider, don't they? Wow. You don't say.
I was like, all coincidence or something a bit more sinister at play?
Hey.
I think we know the answer.
Hey, I can be here all damn night with the receipts. Here's another one I'll share with you real quick, and then I'll stop the screen share, I promise. Check this out. Check this out. I'll pull this up as a PDF real quick. This
And what
article is
about
going to expose a
the
lot.
Redskins logo? Because I know some people that they were okay with it, right? Others they want to say, "Oh, it was offensive," and I get it. I can hear they did have some legitimacy with the argument, but like, who was really pushing that? It was some blue-haired liberals. You know what I mean? Who? Because as you being an indigenous person, like, how did you feel about? I thought the Redskins logo was fire. Now, instead of Washington Redskins, they're the Washington Commanders. But there were some indigenous people that they were fighting to bring it back because now they spent their whole life being Redskins fans, and now because some people want to act like we're standing up for indigenous, that we're going to change the name. Before you proceed, like what? And many of us, many so-called black indigenous, many of us have red skin, which is why we have terms like red bone, which is why Malcolm X was called Detroit Red. So the whole red natives and red skin, it gets a bit confusing because no one really knows who we're talking about. But before you proceed, like what do you think about the red skin? Like, do you think it was like racist and they should have changed it or what?
I mean, there's so many egregious, racist, colonial things that are still going on to this day to where like I never really had a dog in that fight. I'm more so offended that the US government didn't admit that Columbus was a bad guy until like 5 years ago, right? I mean, like we was all celebrating Columbus Day until like a few years ago. I mean, I'm more upset with the fact that in Georgia, they got a national forest that they call DeSoto National Forest. Matter of fact, the White House has an image of DeSoto in the White House. They have a portrait of him. I'm more upset with the fact that Georgia is named after King George. That the state of Delaware is named after the Lord Delaware, who came and enslaved and took out the local indigenous population. Then they named the state after him. Louisiana, named after King Louis. I mean, there's a lot of crazy, egregious, non-politically correct things going on to where it's like, you just got to pick your battles at a certain point. But the whole Redskins logo wasn't really something that I was ever really concerned about. But since we're talking about skin tone, what's funny? We know for a fact that American Indians used to call white people pale face, right? But nowadays, all the Native Americans are pale face. So why would the pale face call the white man pale face if they both look damn near identical to one another? Hey, As time rolls on, the Indians get whiter and whiter.
Right.
And this article that I'm going to share with you is proof of that. This article right here is from 1895. Remember, I said the Dawes Commission, the Dawes Roll was started 1895 to break up the tribe's territory and Indian territory and turn it into the state of Oklahoma. If I can read this article real quick, I mean, it's really going to put the nail in the coffin when we talk about these Black Indians, these Negro Indians. I got the document pulled up. I think you have to actually bring it to the front. I don't know if you see it backstage. Here we go. Here we go. This is article about Indian territory, 1895. I can't zoom in on this anymore. I wish I could, but just read along if you can. It says, "Are you an Indian? Under the laws of the 5 tribes, a person white in color and features is frequently an Indian by remote degrees of blood or by adoption." Let's pause right there. Guys, not only were Europeans paying $5 to get placed on the Dawes Roll, hence the term $5 Indians, there were some Indians who was trying to finagle their way to get adopted by the tribe. And guess what? Those folks who get adopted or marry into the tribe, they don't get placed on the Dawes Roll as adopted white. They get placed as Indians by blood. Blood quantum is a social construct. It's just based off of what a European classified your ancestor as. They weren't doing blood samples.
Another barrier.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just another barrier to deny you your indigenous rights.
Absolutely. It says here, there are many whites claiming to be Indians whose claims have not as yet been acted upon by the nations. Meaning there's a bunch of white folks in Oklahoma claiming they're Indian, and these Indian tribes don't actually recognize them as Indians. Let's keep going. Negroes are frequently met who speak nothing but Indian languages and are Indians by tribal law and custom. So next time somebody tries to tell you Black Indians don't exist, ask why a newspaper in 1895 is confessing that there are Negroes who speak nothing but Indian and are Indians by tribal law and custom. And there are others who call themselves Indians who have not yet been so acknowledged by the tribes. The difficulties surrounding the taking of the census was augmented by the fact that in enrolling the Indians, it frequently occurred that it was necessary to equip 2 and sometimes 3 interpreters to accompany the enumerators to converse with Indians in the same locality. It is a singular fact developed by the report of the expert special agent in charge of the census of the Indian Territory that the entire Indian population of the vast areas of land in possession of the 5 civilized tribes is only 50,055. They're saying that there's 50,000 Indians that are part of the 5 civilized tribes in 1895. It is shown that 45,494 of the Indians are living with their own tribes, and 4,561 Indians are found living in tribes other than their own. There are 18,635 Indian citizen Negroes and others claiming citizenship who are of Negro descent. Let that sink in, y'all. They saying there's 50,000 Indians and damn near half of them, a little under half of them, is Negroes. Damn.
And what year was this?
1895. Same year the Dawes Roll was created. They're doing the census of the Indians to try to determine who's a part of what tribe, because the U.S. government is trying to break up the tribe's communal land ownership and force them to get individual land allotments. That's how Sarah got her oil. Her family got a land allotment. Y'all got to understand that Indians own their land as a community. If me and B-Eazy are part of the same tribe and our tribe owns 30,000 acres of land, it's not this part is your land, this part is my land. We all own the land as a community. So guess what that means? If the U.S. government wants to take the land because there's oil beneath it, they're going to have to fight the whole tribe head up because it's all their land. So to pave way for the oil boom and the Sooners and bringing all the Europeans over and making this the state of Oklahoma, to pave way for it, they forced the tribes to break up their communal land ownership and accept land allotments. If you were an Indian by blood, they gave you 160 acres of land. If you were an Indian classified as a freedman, oftentimes they only gave you 40 acres of land. And the US government said, hey, any leftover land we're going to sell to European settlers to the highest bidder. But guess what? If you're a poor European settler and you can't afford to buy some of this land, then you're going to try to slide $5 to a Dawes roll agent that you know to get placed on the roll as an Indian, so you get a land allotment given to you. $5 back in 1895 is $160 in today's currency. That's a damn good investment. Pay $160 and you can get 160 acres of land. That's $1 per acre. So you see how the white folks who couldn't afford to compete with the oil barons, who couldn't go out there and buy the land from the US government, they finagle their way into marrying an Indian, getting adopted by a tribe, paying to get on a roll fraudulently. This is what we're going to read about. Check this out. 50,000 Indians, 18,000 of them are Indian citizen Negroes, right? It says here, even in this so-called Indian territory, the Aborigines are overshadowed and outnumbered more than 2 to 1 by a population of over 100,000 whites, including a number who are claimants of Indian citizenship. We got all these white people coming into Indian territory because they know there's oil, and they claiming to be Indians while they come in to colonize Indian territory. Come on, say it ain't so. The Aborigines are overshadowed and outnumbered more than 2 to 1 by a population of 100,393 whites, including a number who are claimants of Indian citizenship. The total population is 178,097, including the unlucky number of 13 Chinese. So there's only 13 Chinese people there, okay? They really keeping track of everybody in Indian territory, aren't they? Almond-eyed members of a race which is unlucky in this country in many respects. They're referring to the Chinese. Let's go and get deep. Check this out, y'all. The census bulletin shows that there are 95,000 males in the Indian territory and only 82,000 females, a disproportion which does not spur well for the perpetuity of the tribes. Now here's where we get to the meat and potatoes. One of the handsomest women in the world is the beautiful Miss Ross. Look, they even got a picture of her. This is who they calling the most beautiful woman in the world. They calling her a beautiful Cherokee. Guys, back since the 1895, they trying to get these white girls up here to be the face of what it means to be an Indian. Check this out. One of the handsomest women in the world is the beautiful Miss Ross, a Cherokee half-breed, the daughter of John Ross, a Scotchman, formerly of Tennessee, and his wife Elizabeth, a full-blood Cherokee squaw. So just like I said, we got white men taking Indian women as wives so they can have a kid that's at least a little Indian so they can front and do some shit for their white daddy, right? Come on. Joel B. Mays, who was the principal chief of the Cherokees when the census was taken, was a brigade paymaster and quartermaster in the Confederate Army during the entire Civil War. We got a white Confederate that's now cosplaying as the chief of the Cherokee Nation in 1895. Confederate Army. His father was a white man and his mother was a Cherokee half-breed, so there was not much Indian blood in the head chief. Ooh, tell me they ain't throwing shade in the newspaper in 1895. They threw a little shade on that one. They said, "It's not that much Indian blood in this Indian chief, okay?" In the Indian towns, pure Indians are few and far in between. In the country, some are met. Negro Indians, especially in the Creek Nation, can be found in abundance, and some speak only the Creek language. The Indians are largely 1/2 and 1/4 bloods and resemble white men more than Indians. One constantly hears the remark from travelers in Indian territory, "Why, where are the Indians?" Come on. That's all I'm going to read for now. Where are the Indians? Well, most of them were classified as Negroes, and then we got a bunch of whites cosplaying as Indians at the same time that Indians are being reclassified to Negroes. I mean, this is 1895. We're now in 2026. You see, this has been going on for a long, long time. But I rest my case.
Yeah, no, it gets deep. So we got this person says Native Americans weren't black. It's usually like these faceless trolls, and I ain't gonna be here for too much longer, but bruh, if you want to come up and debate, like, cause these people, they never hit links. They leave a comment and then they run like cowardly. They never could debunk anything. Like, we're pulling up the receipts in real time. What we're saying, this is not our opinions. This is irrefutable documented evidence. And you just coming up here and just making blanket statements and saying they weren't black. Because I always tell people, right, if they weren't black, because there's no race called Native American, there's no race called Indigenous, fine, what race were they? Because clearly when you see that the Cherokees that they have now on the Dolls roll, they're not the same as a Native Indigenous black, right? So it's like, what race are these people that you're talking about? And this is why people talk about the so-called natives and the so-called indigenous, because you've shown the original seals, and somebody in the chat was making it seem like that wasn't a big deal. It's almost like them saying like, oh, them presenting this figure of a lily white Jesus is not a big deal, right? So if it's not a big deal, why did you guys make this effort to go out of your way to indoctrinate people into believing that this Caesar Borgia wacko is this true chosen, Christ-like figure walking the earth, right? But I did want you to ask this.
Oh yeah, no. All I was gonna show yet again is this is my fourth great grandfather, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo, who was the chief of the Creek Nation, written about in history books. He was also the chief justice of the tribe. He's on official letters that the tribe sent to Congress trying to advocate against Indian territory being turned into the state of Oklahoma. And guess what? He's not listed on the Dawes Roll as a freedman. Thomas J. Adams is listed on the Dawes Roll as a full-blooded Creek by blood. So again, we can have faceless trolls say whatever they want. Last time I checked, the U.S. government acknowledges me and my whole entire family as Muskogee Creek Indians. So what can a faceless troll really tell me? When I go through TSA, I don't show a state ID. I don't show a passport. I don't show a real ID. I show them this federal tribal citizenship card.
And we got a lot of kind of low IQ lunatics in the chat. And this he's saying, now he pivots, right? You drop the receipt. First, he said Native Americans aren't black. You drop the receipt. Now he says having Native ancestry is nothing special. So first he pretended as if you weren't Native. Then you show that you were Native. Now he's saying it's nothing special.
Hey, obviously, it's something that's special, which is why Native Black Americans are globally revered across the world, which is why our culture is globally exported across the world, which is why in Korea, they're just now discovering our 90s and early 2000s R&B girl groups and boy groups. So now they're doing K-pop, right?
It was a Native foundational Black American that Teddy Riley. They went over there and taught them that, and the same thing too. With the fried chicken, it was the
Korean War. Native Black American soldiers went over there and taught them Koreans how to fry some chicken. And guess what? They fry the hell out of some chicken. But you know what they do? They pay homage to the Native Black Americans who taught them that. You won't find no Korean that won't be quick to say, hey, we learned this from you Black soldiers during the Korean War, and we thank you.
That I can respect, because realistically, we're not asking you to bend the knee and grovel and say we're the greatest thing ever. We're just saying, look, you know who you got it from? Just tip your hat to us. It's like nobody is saying give us a cut of all the fried chicken y'all making at those quickly restaurants. We ain't saying that. You know what I mean?
We appreciate the acknowledgement.
I do respect the Koreans for that, but this other person says, because I hear this a lot too, and shout out to, I was trying to see where he asked it at, but and shout out to 100%. He said, where are all the boats that they so-called brought us over on? Now I've asked this question, and one person said that the wood that they use from the ships.
They deconstructed the ships
and used it to make.
repurpose it.
You heard that one too, to make infrastructure.
Yeah. They wanted to make some roads, so they was like, let's deconstruct this. All right, so first of all, there's no such thing as a slave ship. What happened were merchant vessels were retrofitted to carry slaves as cargo, and these boats never had more than like 10, 20, 30 slaves at a time. There wasn't no big O Carnival cruise size boat bringing thousands of Africans over. It never happened.
Not only that, have you, bruh, they have all sorts of shows, I know one, shout out to Big Rig. He talks about those waves are vicious, bro. I've seen those full steel vessels just look like toy boats.
I had somebody
on the
call into my
ocean.
channel who was a veteran from the Navy. He said straight up, even the big old modern Navy ships have trouble sailing across. Matter of fact, if I can bring up Google Maps real quick, I think this could really put it in perspective for a lot of people out there. And actually,
Because for
we'll
some
also
reason,
pull
some
up.
people think that like they just had these beautiful modern ships that was just zipping through. And not only that, mind you, this was without navigation. So they're saying, oh yeah, they built a custom compass that helped them accurately sail from Africa to Americas just all the time. Like, come on, bruh.
It just don't make sense. The math is
The
not
math
mathing.
doesn't really math.
Not even a little bit. Not even a tiny bit. But you know what? If I can share my screen one more time, this will really put it in perspective for a lot of people that are not familiar with how this works in reality. Because we deal in reality, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I thought I had already requested the screen share. Let me go ahead and pull it up now. Here we go.
No, I was
Here we go.
waiting. Yeah.
Here we go. And let me see if I can zoom in on this even more. Even more. Where's that map at on this list? Matter of fact, we'll just do it this way. Let me see. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So first of all, guys, there's something called the ocean's gyres. These are the natural currents of the ocean. This right here on this side, this is the Americas, this is Europe, this is Africa. There was never, ever any voyage that took slaves straight from the west coast of Africa across the North Atlantic Ocean. That never happened. It's impossible. They would not be able to store enough food and water to make the journey. This distance is too vast. The seas are too high. It is logistically impossible. These boats were sailing by the ocean's natural current and the wind in their sails. So what did they do? They took the natural current from Europe down to the west coast of Africa. Then they took the south equatorial current, which takes you right from the west coast of Africa to South America. And then after they take the south equatorial current, they then catch the north equatorial current to then make this round trip back to Europe. Guys, we have to think critically. If me and B-Eazy are slave traders, and the only thing we care about is getting African slaves to American colonies to sell to the highest bidder, then guess what we're going to do? We're going to take these West Africans and we're going to take the South Equatorial Current to Brazil, which is why over 85% of all Africans trafficked to the Americas went to Brazil. It's right there. There's a current that takes you right back and forth right there. And guess what? If we got some slaves left over that we didn't sell to all the colonies in South America, well, then our next stop is going to be the Caribbean. And then if there's like some slaves that we haven't sold for some reason, I mean, there's so many colonies in South America, there's so many colonies in the Caribbean, but guys, the last leg of the journey before you go back to Europe is North America, the East Coast. You got to understand how the trade worked. They took Africans from the West Coast to South America, sometimes the Caribbean. Then they took the money that they just made to the East Coast of America to get furs and cotton and goods, and then sailed with those goods back to Europe to sell the goods in Europe. That's how the slave trade worked. That's why less than 4% of all Africans trafficked during the transatlantic slave trade, less than 4% went to North America. And that's Canada and the United States combined. But if you don't know about these oceans gyres, if you don't know about the actual logistics of the transatlantic slave trade, then your dumb ass gonna think that they was just doing straight shots across, huh? They was just back and forth the North Atlantic Ocean, big ass mega waves, 200-foot waves on them rinky dinky sailboats could cut it. No, they were hugging the coastline, taking the currents. And guess what? We see a rich African culture and heritage to this day in Brazil. They know they're from Africa. They honor their African roots. They pray into orishas and eating African dishes and shit. Same thing in certain parts of the Caribbean. But when you get to North America, what African culture do we have? Oh, wait.
And hold on, because somebody just came in. I don't know why. Whenever you start leaning into the American lineage here, it just triggers people. So this person says, is this channel about denying that people from Africa were not trafficked to what currently the U.S.? If so, what alternatives are you suggesting for slaves in the U.S.? So this is like an incoherent question. When you say alternative, what do you mean alternative solution, alternative narrative?
They might be late to the party. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, it's actually very, very simple. Africans were sold by Africans to Europeans, and the vast majority of them did not go to North America. They went to South America. The slaves that you find in North America are American Indians enslaved in place and racially reclassified. American Indians in the Southeast are expert agriculturalists. They farm that land and they farm it good. Why would some Europeans bring some Africans from the other side of the world to North America to farm on soil they've never touched, to farm crops that they've never seen? Where they do that at? They're already displacing Native Americans. They're already taking Native American land. You don't think that they're going to take some of them as prisoners of war and have them working their own fields for Europeans?
And salute to beans and cornbread. So like you're really triggering people because this person said that you're trying to appropriate other people's identity. So it was cool when you were calling yourself African American, but then when you lean in, he's literally native, literally has indigenous recognition.
The government does not call me an African American. The government does not call me a Black American. The government calls me an American Indian. I am a citizen of the Muskogee Creek Nation. I have dual citizenship. I have citizenship with this federally recognized tribe, the Muskogee Creek Nation, and I have U.S. citizenship. And again, since some of these folks are late to the party, my grandfather is literally written about in history books of the Indian Territory, its chiefs, legislators, and leading men. Anybody can Google my grandfather right now, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. So what are we talking about? Hey, you can only lead a horse to water. I guess they missed the part earlier where we was talking about Spanish conquistadors calling the indigenous people in the Americas negros de terras, blacks of the land. I guess they missed that part. Why don't you go talk to the white folks and ask them why they write in all of their textbooks about these Black indigenous people they encountered? They'll never do that. They'll never go to the Portuguese scholar who wrote this book and say, yo, why are you saying that Columbus and them found Black people in the Americas and called them negros de terra? No Black people were here. They won't do that. They'll only do it to us. Why? Because they know that some members of our community don't yet have this knowledge. So imagine, B-Eazy, if it was like you, like 15 years ago, back before we knew any of this, but back when we still rocking daishikis and ankhs every February and shit, we'd be like, oh yeah, no, you Black folks are ashamed to be African. Yeah, we all come from Africa. But when you actually do the independent research, because they're not going to teach you this in school, when you do the independent research, the proof is right in front of you.
But now they're wanting us to ignore the research. And this is how, because we got this low IQ lunatic in the chat named Laser. So he's saying you don't read, and then you just cited a bunch of books that you've read and to read. Then he says Because remember, he said you're misappropriating someone else's lineage. So now he's agreeing that you are native, but it's not special because many white people are native. So it's a nothing burger. That's what he
Well,
said.
no. He can't say it's a nothing burger because his African ass is in your live stream triggered off of us identifying with our indigenous American roots. Clearly, it's not a nothing burger because it affects him somehow. He's really upset about these black folks finding their Choctaw, Chickasaw, Calusa, Narragansett, Wampanoag, Lumbee ancestry. It really triggers them. Why? Because I already told you. The only thing Africans have ever had going for themselves is their alleged kinship to us. Watch me put this final nail in the coffin, okay? I said I wasn't going to share my screen again, but here I go share my screen one more time because somebody made the asinine statement about, like, what about the folks enslaved in North America then? If they didn't come from Africa, then like, where did they come from? Guys, you don't understand. You're dealing with a full-time genealogist. A full-time historian. Shout out to B-Eazy. He knew me in these YouTube streets before I was a full-time genealogist. I was just a nigga on YouTube exposing fraudulent ass content creators, right? But I created the website nativeblack.ancestry.com and I built out a digital archive with over 600 documents proving our indigeneity. And one of these tabs right here, we won't even get into the ex-indigenous slave interviews. That's too heavy on the receipts. First-hand accounts of Black indigenous people kidnapped as slaves. We won't even get there. But what I'll do is I'll read you some of these Indian slave ads. How can you say that Black folks aren't indigenous and indigenous people weren't enslaved when these are literally advertisements of plantation owners putting ads in the newspaper, hoping some white person out there comes across their slave that ran away and will bring them back to the plantation? Read this, y'all. Read this. Check this out. The first one I'm going to read for you is this one right here. $100 reward. I will pay $100 for the delivery of my slave Martha in the workhouse of the 1st District. She is the wife of a Black man named Jim White, who went to California last summer with a Mr. Perry Collins. She is a dark mulatress or light griffin, about 20 years old, rather small shoulders, and slender made, about the middle height, with features somewhat resembling the Indian. Wait a minute, we got a runaway slave who they're calling a dark mulatress light griffin who resembles an Indian? Let's keep going. This is 1860, July 27th, 1860. $25 reward will be paid to any person returning to me my Negro woman, Julia. She is a large-sized mulatto, straight black hair, with a gentle, soft voice when speaking. She is by descent and has the appearance of an Indian. What are we talking about? 1860 fugitive slave ad for a Negro woman named Julia, who's a large mulatto with straight black hair, who's an Indian by descent. Why don't you go talk to these plantation owners putting these ads out in the paper in 1860? But we can keep going. This one is September 27th. I don't have the year. Run away from the subscriber on the night of the 20th. A yellow man named Sam sometimes calls himself Sam Freeman. Remember, we talked about Freeman earlier. Sometimes he calls himself Sam Craven. He has more the countenance of an Indian than a mulatto. Countenance means phenotype. They're saying he looks like an Indian. Let's keep it going. $10 reward. Run away April 4th at 11 o'clock. A bright mulatto boy, apparently 16 years of age, straight black hair, dark small eyes, well made, and has somewhat the expression of countenance of an Indian. Yet another mulatto that looks like an Indian. Oh, okay. We can keep it going. March 3rd, run away on the 26th of February from David D. Allen's plantation. 5 slaves named Tom, Kit, Jim, London, and Lewis, all young men. Tom is about 24 years old, very bright mulatto, intelligent, almost white. He might pass off as a white man. Kit is copper colored, 25 years old, very likely. Jim is about 23 years old, the same color, and is tolerably tall. Lewis is about black, 21 years old. London is 26 years old, color of an Indian, and has straight hair. Oh, wait, here's another one. October 24th, 1800, $10 reward. Run away from the subscriber on the 15th. A Negro girl named Nellie, 16 years of age, flat built, rather short, yellow complexion, long Indian hair. Guys, if all plantation slaves came from Africa, have you ever seen an African that's yellow complexion with long Indian hair? I haven't, but let's keep it going, shall we?
And even the ones that they were calling Negro, were they calling them Negro or were they calling them African?
Come on. You got to understand, if you have any amount of IQ, after I'm done reading some more of these, you're going to realize Negro, mulatto are not differentiating terms. They are synonymous with Indian. If you're a lighter skinned Indian, they reclassify you as a mulatto. If you're a darker skinned Indian, they call you a Negro. It's that simple. But some of y'all think mulattoes are like half African, half European. Okay, let's keep reading. Isaac, an Indian slave. Isaac, an Indian slave about 40 years old, ran away from the plantation at George's Creek in Buckingham. He was born on the brook of Chickahominy. He has some connections to Goochland. He wore long curled hair before his elopement, but his countenance is altogether Indian. Let's keep it going. A liberal reward for the delivery in jail of the slave Vincent. Gone after the beginning of this month in December. This boy is about 24 years old. His complexion is very light. His forehead very large. The general appearance of his face is an Indian. Okay. All right. So let's go real back in time. 1776. June 1st, 1776, $10 reward. Ran away from the subscriber on his journey from Williamsburg on the 11th of May near King William County, a mulatto servant man. First, they're calling him a mulatto, right? A mulatto servant man named John Newton, about 20 years of age, and Indian by birth. So when y'all do your genealogy and you find you have ancestors classified as mulattoes, now you know mulatto was synonymous with Indian. You see why they're never going to teach you this in school, right? I'll do just a couple more. I got so many. We'll be here all day. I'll just do like two more, right? September 30th, 1851, $100 reward. Run away from the subscriber on the 29th. John, sometimes called John Carwile, a mulatto fellow showing Indian blood. The said John has very dark hair, inclined to curl, but when comb lies in waves. Oh, this nigga getting some waves. Okay. Let's talk
Real
about
quick,
it.
Mike. Has the word African been used?
Not once. We in the 1700s, we in the 1800s. We haven't seen the word African not once.
And that's what I've been trying to say. It's a fairly modern term that people are just trying to blanket across several centuries.
Dang.
And even, like I said, my family comes from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my family was built in Alabama before Nigeria was even
Nigeria is what, 1950s, 1960s?
But they keep trying to say that your ancestry traces back to Nigeria. How?
Hey, let's talk about it. But yeah, if anybody wants to check out the archive in length, just go to nativeblackancestry.com. I got hundreds and hundreds of documents. I update this every month. But yeah,
and you're a mod now too, so you can also drop that link in the chat.
Okay, cool.
So that the people could look up to that, because I'm gonna check that out too. Some of this stuff already knew, but sometimes when you want to pull it up in real time, you got to scramble. So it's great to have it all in like one place. But yeah, you got these cat triggered because obviously I know that they're trolling. I keep asking them. I say hit the link. I ain't hitting shit. So it's like, bro, I don't even really want to hear from you. All of these people that they'll be like keyboard warriors in the chat, and then you politely drop the link like, hey, come, let's discuss it. I ain't talking about shit. Like, okay, just say that you're intellectually a coward. You're not formidable enough to challenge either of us. So just chill, bro. And like he said, don't forget about the Seminole. And that's what I was going to bring up. When they had the wars in Florida, which was, I think, in 1836, General Jessup said, this is a Negro war.
Yep.
And this we was saying, but he was fighting Indians, right? He was just fighting a bunch of black Indians. He was like, nah, these ain't no regular Indians. And he called it a Negro war.
The Seminoles aren't even a tribe like most people think. Seminoles are basically a band of
Runaways,
renegades.
right?
Most of the Seminoles were Creek Indians. They came from my tribe. My tribe had a civil war. There was a red stick faction that wanted to bang against Andrew Jackson, wanted to go to war. And then we had another faction of Creek Indians that was like, let's make some deals with the devil. Maybe we shouldn't go to war. Well, the Red Sticks, they went down to Florida. They started freeing slaves from plantations. They let anybody from any tribe, even if you were African, they let you join the ranks and play your part in the fight. And Seminole comes from the Spanish word Seminoles or Cimarron, which means runaway, because they ran away into the Florida Everglades, into the swamps to fight Andrew Jackson. And they took them Europeans out. Andrew Jackson had a tough time with them. Do you know how the Seminole Wars finally ended?
No, enlighten me.
The Seminole Wars finally ended, not because they were beat militarily. It's impossible to beat them militarily. They're fighting in the swamps and shit, right?
Oh, yeah, with the Great Dismal Swamp, right?
Great Dismal Swamp, yeah. The Seminole War was ended because one day when the warrior men were out at battle, them grimy-ass Europeans, the American military, snuck into the tribal camp, kidnapped the women and the children, and they left a note behind. They said, your women or children are held prison over on this island. And if you ever want to see them again in one piece, you're going to sign a treaty and agree to go to Indian territory west of the Mississippi. So guess what? Like any man would do, they signed the treaty. They agreed to go west of the Mississippi with where the rest of the tribes had already went, but they had a caveat. They said, for one, we heard what y'all did to them other tribes on the Trail of Tears, marching them out there in the winter, having them die and shit. If we go, we're going by boat. The Seminoles were the only tribe that traveled to Indian territory, what would later become Arkansas and Oklahoma, by boat most of the way. They took the Mississippi up, and then I think they had to walk, into the interior of Arkansas and Oklahoma from there. But most of the journey was by boat. That was the first caveat. Second caveat, they said the only way we gonna go is if we can take our guns with us. These were the only tribe that went by boat and went armed to Indian territory. The rest of the tribes who walked the Trail of Tears in the 1830s, they were marched by militiamen and government agents held at gunpoint to walk the trail. So you see how even when the Seminoles capitulate and strike a deal, they still have to make sure that they getting done to a certain degree. We go on by a boat and we taking our guns with us.
So, Mike, they have a lot of, and I'm only entertaining this stuff just because it's amusing. You guys are clearly intellectual cowards because you won't hit the link. You can come up in real time and challenge the man, but instead you rather troll and whine like little petulant brats in the chat. But Laser and this other person keep saying, well, why won't you take a DNA test? And they say, if you take a DNA test, it will show that you have African ancestry and that you're trying to misappropriate indigenous lineage.
You know what's funny? The United States government does not use DNA testing to prove your ethnicity. No American Indian tribe uses DNA testing to prove your ethnicity. They go by paper trail genealogical research. When I applied to be
even
a member,
oral, right? Even oral,
sometimes even oral,
weight.
yeah. When I applied to be a member of the tribe of my ancestors, the Muskogee Creek Nation, they didn't tell me, hey, do a DNA test to see what percentage of Muskogee Creek Indian you are. No, I had to prove it through records. And the reason why these cowards fall back to this DNA thing is because they know that DNA tests are the modern eugenics movement, and they don't even have markers for American Indian tribes.
I was just going to say that, which is why they're wholly insufficient and inaccurate. I had seen a video. They tested like a iguana.
Yeah.
And the iguana came back like 80% sub-Saharan Nigerian.
There was a Korean man in Korea that did a DNA test and said he was Native American. He's
Oh,
never
I
even
didn't
been to
see that
America.
one.
Yeah. That's
So
why
this
Israel banned DNA tests. Yeah, it gets deep.
correct. So they'll always be quick to, and this is what I always say, like you've never heard any, well, maybe Trump, because he was calling her Pocahontas, but up until then, no one on the left was talking about DNA tests for Elizabeth Warren. Nobody is talking about it for any of these Dawes imposters. But as soon as someone like myself or when Mike's complexion comes in, suddenly we don't know who we are. We're just lost Africans and stop trying to misappropriate native. I'm like, bro, what natives are you talking about, bruh? So it's getting, and now they're saying this dude is nuts. It's like, no, what's nuts is for him to deny his lineage. I didn't choose to be like, did you choose to be in this?
If I did my genealogy and found Africans, then that would be my heritage and I would have nothing. You do know Black Americans, when we fell for the Pan-Africanism okie doke, we were the proudest Africans ever. We were way more prideful about being of African descent than even continental Africans who are constantly fleeing the motherland. We was rocking the
Fleeing and fighting each
daishikis,
other
and
as
we was
well.
learning about Nile Valley civilization and Nubian
The
stuff.
medallion pieces,
The whole thing. But then some of us evolved,
which is why
and
they
said,
even
"Wait a
mock
minute."
us with the whole. So they mock us with the whole we was kings, right?
Yeah.
Even though there were some, some kings and stuff, right?
Yeah.
But then when we say, no, actually, like we are from the lineage of this, native indigenous population now as pretendians. So either way, whichever one we choose, which, like I say, you don't choose your lineage, you're born into it, right? But it's just they just want to mock us anyways. But now this isn't about mockery. This is about facts, right? I'm not trying to cosplay a different lineage, right? We're truly foundational to this land.
My family's
To the
really
building of
from Oklahoma, and they were there when it was Indian territory. My grandfather was really the chief of the tribe. They really got to Indian territory by walking the Trail of Tears, because previously they were really from Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. I mean, trolls can say whatever trolls gonna say, but what have we done here tonight, B-Eazy? We went through colonial documents from as early as the 1400s, indigenous fugitive slave ads, newspaper clippings where free persons of color as early as the 1800s were saying, this is our native land and we do not want to go to the wilds of Africa. I mean, we even broke down the logistics of the transatlantic. I mean, come on. We know that these people in the chat who are being contrarian are African, because the only person that is obsessed with what a Black American identifies as is an African, because they're trying to
or
destiny
Pan
swap us.
Goofy trying to Africa, because, and this is the whole thing too, right? If this was our so-called motherland, right? Let's just say, you know what, we subscribe to the out of Africa theory and we want to go back to our motherland. What have they fought and set up for us to go back to?
Nothing. They got all the gold, all the diamonds. They made all the money during the transatlantic slave trade, tricked it all off. They can't even feed their own children. They're begging the Chinese to give them high interest rates loans to build infrastructure. They're begging the Russians to give them resources. I mean, what are we talking about?
Yeah, they're begging the Russians for weapons. Then they like, oh look, the Chinese invest and they're building railroads. They built railroads to easily extract the resources. You guys don't benefit from them.
If
Even
they're gonna
Jamaicans, right?
steal your resources, they have to make roads so they can get to the resources. That's why North America is so well developed with all these roads and bridges and highway systems, because they were extracting our resources.
And they needed an efficient way to do it. And especially that's why most of the railroads is down south. Because many of those states, you can get to very close, the Carolinas and all this stuff. And this is another thing too. When they talk about, like, now I always ask people this, when they say who built the railroads, what demographic do they automatically give the credit to?
Chinese.
The Chinese built the least amount of railroad. And I'm not trying to poo-poo that, right? Salute to them for their contribution. but the indigenous native foundational Black American population built over 9,000 miles of railroad. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. Chinese people were responsible for not even 700, but I'll round it up and say 700 miles. Then the indentured servants that they brought in, the peasant Europeans, they built about 1,200 miles of roads. The indigenous foundational Black people built over 9,000 miles, but yet no one even talks about them when it comes in the railroad. They had this mythical figure, John Henry, of a strong dude. If Asians built the road, where's this mythical Asian dude? Right? And even the Asians, right? They just let that lie go. When they say Chinese built the railroad, the Chinese people should say, no, we contributed, but but our Black brothers, the foundationals, they were the ones who truly built this, right? The native Blacks, they were the ones who built the bulk of this. Do Chinese people say
We
that?
built
No.
the entire country. We had homesteads and cities and pyramids and mounds. I mean, you got to understand the
Oh,
Spanish
there's
were the
more
first.
pyramids here than Egypt.
Yeah, there's only 200 to 300 pyramids in the entire continent of Africa. There's over 2,000 to 3,000 pyramids in the Americas, and they're older than the pyramids in Egypt. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it. And
The
then
founding fathers got inspiration for the Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence from the Iroquois Confederacy. Benjamin Franklin and them are
they
quoted
actually
in their
ripped it off. Yeah.
literally saying, hey, if these Indians can have a confederacy and work together like that, we should duplicate that system. I mean, guys, they literally got everything from us. Matter of fact, some of the founding fathers were half-breeds who have European daddies that came over and intermixed with tribes and shit. We've all heard the legends of Abraham Lincoln being a little melanated, if you will. That melanin ain't come from no African. I can tell you that.
Yep. And shout out to Black Loki, says the reason why we don't go before 1400 is because these records are hidden under the Vatican.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And all these other, I see some of the cats in the in the chat. He's over here trying to say you don't understand race mixing, and he's saying like, what about the white
he said
Native
rave
Americans?
mixing. He can't even spell.
Oh, yeah.
He said rave mixing. Okay.
The low IQ, like I said, we are dealing with some low IQ lunatics, but he said you don't understand basic race mixing. Your Black ancestors mixed with Native American. So he's still trying to push that, yeah, there were Blacks, but the Blacks were African and they mixed with the Native Americans. But this is the whole thing. This is why I say so-called Native Americans. What Native Americans are you talking about? And this is why they try to pivot to say the red man. But what red man are you talking about? You know what I mean?
So many of these Native American chiefs were Black. Why would an indigenous American tribe let an African foreigner be the chief of the whole tribe?
I really want to answer to that question. Because what did they say about the native, right? That they were primitive, warmongering spear chuckers, right? And I get that's a stereotypical trope, but let's just concede that, right? So that means that they would have been hypersensitive about letting some African Zulu warrior be the head of their chief, head of their tribe, right?
And the thing is, they thwart history. When they talk about the hunter-gatherer roaming with the buffalo, they're talking about the Asiatic Bering Strait migrants, the Navajo, the Comanche, the Arapaho, the Apache. Those folks weren't in the Southeast. Those folks weren't in the Gulf Coast. Those folks weren't in the Caribbean. Our ancestors had cities, farms, agriculture, buildings. The Spanish came down to Mexico and said Montezuma and them had multi-story buildings. Mexico was literally a floating city in the middle of a man-made lake, and they dredged the lake and made the modern city of Mexico City on top of it. The largest pyramid in the world is in Cholula. It's called the Cholula Pyramid. It's in Pueblo, Mexico, right by the Gulf Coast. And guess what? They filled it with dirt and put a Catholic church on top of it. I mean, this is like colonialism 101.
And peep this, right? And a salute to the lovely Sincere. So she asked this low IQ loser Laser, she asked him, what ethnicity were the indigenous of Americas? This fool gonna say brown.
Am I not brown? Are you not brown? Or are we black? Because last time I checked, my shirt is black. I'm brown, a reddish copper hue.
And then the same people that they call red, they look like Elizabeth Warren. So where is the
They only
red?
turn red when they go in the sun for too long.
And to be honest, I really don't know any indigenous. Like I hear Redskins and all this stuff, but to be honest, the only group that I've heard calling themselves red would be us. Red Bones, Sexy Red, even though she's darker. But like typically when we're talking about red, we're talking about someone that's with your complexion.
Yeah.
When they're talking about copper colors, they're talking about someone with my complexion.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not. No, you're. But I'm African complected. How?
Hey.
It just doesn't make any sense.
The crazy
bro.
thing is, you know that these are just ignorant Africans because Africans love the white man and just hold on to everything the white man says. And literally what they'll quote are racist anthropological theories. Like, for example, if you ever get anybody talking about, oh no, but the American Indians were really African because like life started in Africa and everyone's African. Do you know where that comes from? That comes from Charles Darwin. And they lied to us. The title of his publication was not The Theory of Evolution. Look it up. The full title is The Theory of Evolution and God's Favored Races. It was basically like a racist Nazi propaganda book to try to say that melanated people are inferior to white people. And these ignorant people use Charles Darwin's racist ass pseudoscience and his out of Africa theory to try to tell us that we come from Africa. Okay.
And the most important aspect of what you just said is that it's a theory. It's not an out of Africa fact, right?
And
it's just an assertion.
And if we're going to believe this theory, why don't they go to the Chinese and say, hey, you need to identify as African Chinese? Why don't they go to the white man and say, hey, you guys really came from Africa and then went to Europe. You need to identify as African European. No, they only want to force feed an African identity onto us. Why? Because we are the global blueprint. America's everything. America's the promised land, the holy land. Atlantis was out here. The Spanish were looking for El Dorado, the city of gold, and the fountain of youth in the Americas. They weren't looking for that in no fucking Africa. Everybody in the world wants to come and live in America. And who are the most popular, successful people in America? Black Americans. I wonder why that is. And you know that we're the most successful because if we weren't, they wouldn't have to bring in so many European migrants to take over our land. They wouldn't have to Jim Crow us and redline us and fuck us over on the VA loans and do all this kind of stuff to keep us down. They wouldn't start a Freedmen's Bank to steal our money. They do all the craziest little tricks they can to try to hold us back. And still we build Black Wall Streets. Still we go up north and start the numbers game and find success in Harlem and this and that. Still we rise and they can't stop it.
And shout out to Black. He said they did the same thing colonizing Israel. They were originally going to pick a place in Africa to be Israel. Yeah, they were going to pick Uganda. And then now we're supposed to be convinced that these are the chosen people. And many of them, they descend from Europe, but they're trying to say that they're indigenous. And that's the same thing now, right? They're trying to destiny swap with us. No, you guys are really from Africa and are Europeans. No, we're really from here. And now they're trying to say they're heritage Americans and all the stuff, which I was going to touch on. How are you a heritage American when you're a European and you came over here? There wasn't a continuity of you maintaining your lineage, right? We've been this same continuous lineage for centuries. However, they came over here and the Italians were called guineas, which they were trying to say that you guys were African niggers and wasn't really white.
Because
same
the
thing with
Moors were out
European.
there in Spain fucking on them for 400 years. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like to try to say that we're heritage Americans and whites built this. Like, what whites are you talking about? Because the Anglos were they were the original, not like us. The Anglos were saying, no, if you're not Protestant, they were against Catholicism. They were
Yeah.
heavy against delineation. The only reason why they started allowing assimilating people into whiteness because they started looking at their birth rates, which is the same thing now. That their birth rates weren't at the replacement level.
They had to
So
get
they
rid of their differences and conglomerize the different European factions to fight against us. It was too many
correct.
different competing European factions. So if they all fall under the banner of whiteness and then say all these indigenous people are black, well, it's very easy to control these poor ass Europeans. White is good, black is bad. White is superior, black is inferior. I mean, it's like kindergarten.
And that's why one of the presidents, I can't remember which one, but he said if you give the lowest white man a black man to look down on, he'll essentially empty his pockets out for you. And that's usually what happens.
The whole concept of race started in Virginia, Bacon's Rebellion.
And that was what I remember, that Bacon's Rebellion. I was gonna say that
1677.
was like the
Yeah.
1600s, right? And in speaking of, right, it was formerly enslaved. It was free men. It was free men, like you said, the distinction between free men and freed men, and some other like Irish peasants, and they had actually came together and they said, "Nah, we can't have that."
Exactly. More specifically, Bacon's Rebellion was a situation where a man named Nathaniel Bacon, who was a wealthy plantation owner, he wanted to expand the colony of Virginia. He wanted to seize neighboring Indian lands. He goes to the British Governor Berkeley, who's the governor of the colony of Virginia, and he's like, yo, let's expand our colony. Governor Berkeley is like, motherfucker, you crazy? We surrounded by Indians. These Indians will kill us. Matter of fact, we're under strict orders from the king not to start no beef with the Indians, just to trade with them. Well, Nathaniel Bacon didn't like that answer. So what did he do? He went to the indentured servants, because at that point in time in 1676, there was no slavery as we know it nowadays. It was more like indentured servitude. There was also no such thing as race as we know it today. You're not black, you're Chickasaw, you're Choctaw, you're Taino, you're Carib or something, right? You're not white, you're German, you're Irish, you're Scottish, right? So what happened was Nathaniel Bacon manipulates the indentured class of people who are mixed race. He manipulates them into leading a rebellion in his name. Again, his name is Nathaniel Bacon, so it becomes known as Bacon's Rebellion. And the rebellion was successful for a period of time. They burnt down Jamestown, Virginia, and the governor ran away, fleeing for his life. But shortly thereafter, the governor comes back with reinforcements from the king. They round up the rebels, they hang them all. And the governor and the king, they say, yo, you know what? We can't have this happen again. We can't have these different ethnic groups rallying against their common oppressor, which is us. So what do? They create the concept of race. From there on out, there's black and there's white. And if you're black, you're a slave for life and your children are slaves for life. And if you're white, well, you're still poor, like when you were an indentured servant. But now instead of working on the plantation, you're an overseer on the plantation. Now you got pipe dreams of working real hard and maybe you can own some slaves of your own one day. This was literally the institution of class division so that the elites could keep doing what they're doing and not be challenged. As a matter of fact, I can quickly take you on a journey of racial reclassification through the centuries, and we can just stay in the territory of Virginia, because shortly after the end of Bacon's Rebellion in 1677, well, in 1682, Virginia passed 2 acts that combined Native Americans and Africans into one category, Negro.
And
Since 1682.
Man, the cats is triggering. I really want this person to come up. So this person says, another faceless troll. What do you know? It says no whites or blacks are indigenous to Turtle Island, period. Not open for debate. Actually, it is open for debate because, and this is why I say so-called natives and so-called indigenous, because who are you even talking about? See, we're giving specific names, dates, and times, but you're just using blanket terms like Native American. And then he wants to say Turtle Island to try to make it seem
like he got some ties to this land.
Come on,
guess what? The U.S. government
speak on the Turtle Island.
Indian. Yeah. The U.S. government recognizes me as an American Indian. I doubt they recognize Wild Goose Dreamin' as an American Indian. But yeah, I don't even want to touch on the whole Turtle Island. I mean, he's just pulling buzzwords out of his ass to seem like he knows something. But again, guys, Virginia passed 2 acts in 1682 that combine Native Americans and Africans into one category as Negro. Then when we get to the early 1900s, we got Walter Plecker, who's the leader of the vital statistics of Virginia, and he creates the Racial Integrity Act, which is
And
basically a
Garvey,
one-drop rule.
Garvey
Yeah,
worked with
and he's
him
working
too.
with Garvey. Yeah, where he's basically saying that all the Indians have Negro blood, so we got to call them colored now. We can't call them Indians unless they live on a reservation. So then, if we fast forward to Civil Rights era, we got Mildred Jeter trying to marry her white dude, Richard Loving, and they're telling us that this is an African-American woman trying to marry a white man. No, Mildred Jeter did interviews while she was still alive. She said she's a Virginia Indian. She has 0 African ancestry. Matter of fact, most people don't know. In 2015, they were going to erect a historic highway marker to honor the Loving versus Virginia case. And I'm not sure if you can drop the discussion cards so that they can read everything in its entirety. But when they were going to erect this highway marker, this is what they were going to describe them as: Richard Loving, a white man, and Mildred Jeter, a woman of African American and Virginia Indian descent. Notice that, guys. Whenever you got a black Indian, they got to throw some African on there first to try to Africanize their indigeneity. Soon after these words were made public, Julie Langan, director of the Virginia Department of Historic Resources, got a call from Mark Loving, Mildred's grandson. He was not happy. Guys, what wasn't he happy about? They're calling her African American and Virginia Indian. Check it out. Quote, he objected to our presenting any information that suggests that Mildred Loving was not Native American. He didn't like how they put that African in front of the Native American. He don't like that they're trying to make it seem like she's African American and not Native American. Quote, he would like her to be identified as all Virginia Indian. End quote. So what do you think
Because
they did?
Yeah, no, I was going to say, because that African, they're trying to equate her to some immigrant and strip her indigeneity.
Oh, she's African and just like these dumbasses in the chat. Oh, if you guys are Indian, it's because your ancestors were African and they mixed with Indian. No, but guess what they did? Do you think that they honored the wishes of her living descendant? Hell no. What they did is they put the highway marker up anyways, and they just removed all mention of her race. Why? Because they know that school to this day during civil rights lectures teaches that Mildred Jeter was African American. Most people don't even know she's a Virginia Indian, so they just let people keep on believing the lie instead of correcting it. She's a direct descendant of Virginia Indians that have been racially reclassified since Bacon's Rebellion, 1676.
No, that's heavy. And for some reason, this dude wants you to address this, which I don't really know what there is to address. But he said, we still haven't addressed why white Americans have Native American ancestry. So why do white Americans have so-called Native American ancestry? And like I said, what natives are we talking about? Elizabeth Warren and Justin Bieber? Like, who are you talking about? But
yeah, I mean, I guess he hasn't been paying attention during this broadcast. But for one, most white Americans do not have Native American ancestry. They cosplay like they do. That's why if you just Google the term pretendian, you'll see a whole bunch of famous white people who've been caught cosplaying as Indians. So for one, most white people do not have Native American heritage. For two, the white people that do have Native American heritage, it's because Europeans colonized this land and have been interbreeding with American Indians since the 1500s so that they can have half-breed children that can sign away the tribe's land and act like agent provocateurs. I mean, what are we talking about? William McIntosh, half-breed. His daddy's Scottish. His mama's Creek Indian. He signs the tribe's land away. Look up any Indian that ever signed the tribe's land away. They all had a European father directing them on what to do. Guess what? B-Eazy. If you got a neighborhood that you own and you got some gold underneath your neighborhood, somewhere down below, y'all got gold in the earth, and you ain't fucking with no outsiders like that. you know what? How do I get the gold? I can't beat you militarily. I got to weaken you somehow. I got to get within your ranks. I'm going to try to get one of your girls. I'm going to try to get one of your women and get with her. And now y'all got to accept me because we got a child together. And American Indians did not have this concept of race like we have nowadays. If your mother was an Indian, American Indians are matrilineal. They don't go by the father like we do nowadays. They go by the mother. So the Europeans knew what they were doing. They get a baby with an Indian girl. Now they're accepted as members of the tribe. Their children are accepted as members of the tribe. But really, they on some double agent shit about to take it over from the inside.
Yeah, no, I hear you, bro. Like, no objection from me. I think that Laser, he or she just likes to hear themselves talk. And this person says you're all talk with no evidence while you're literally presenting the evidence while they're typing. So these people, they can't be helped. This is the best that the high IQs have to offer.
No evidence. No evidence. No evidence. No evidence. No evidence. I ain't got no evidence. None.
Citing the sources, sharing the screen.
Primary source. Hey, it's so crazy because not too long ago, I actually published my first book, Reclassified: 5 Centuries of Paper Genocide. And in the back of my book, I have an appendix where I cite all my sources. Every single source. So it's like, you can claim I have no evidence, even though I've already read through fugitive Indian slave ads, colonial records, cited several books. But why don't we read some primary sources? Check this out. And I actually do this in order from century to century. You can find this source in the AGI. AGI stands for Archival General de Indias. These documents are called Relaciones y Descripciones. These are letters from Christopher Columbus and his companions back to Spain. They say, and I quote, "The people of this land are dark, almost the color of Ethiopians," end quote. We got another one. This is from the Royal Order on the Enslavement of Indigenous Peoples in 1501. You can also find this in the AGI archive. Quote, "Indians of Hispaniola, some of very black skin, but they are not Negroes of Ethiopia," end quote. We got another one. These are missionary papers. Negros heteras. These are missionary reports from Franciscans in 1580 to 1585. Santo Domingo. It says, and I quote, "Among the Indians of Florida, there are some as black as those of Guinea," end quote. We got Franciscan Mission School registers of Florida from the 1590s. Quote, "The dark ones are Indians of this land. They are not African Negroes, but no distinction is made between them," end quote. Damn. We got Goose Creek Plantation papers from the Charleston District of South Carolina, 1693. Quote, "A great many of these Indian captives are of dark complexion and are accounted Negroes," end quote. Charleston, Barbados trade correspondence from 1670 to 1679. This is in the British Library West Indies collection. Quote, "They be Indians, but are taken and sold for Negroes by reason of their hue." Right there, they're admitting that black indigenous people are taken as Negro slaves because of their skin color. Come on. Come on. Then let's get into the Dolls Rule era, Indian removal era, right? 1800 to the 1830s. This is in the National Archives, or NARA. Group 75, Reel 217. This is from the BIA, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, dealing with the Creek Agency, my tribe. It says, and I quote, "Among the Creek, there are many of dark complexion who are taken by the whites to be Negroes," end quote. Creek Agency Instructions, 1833, also in the National Archives, or NARA for short. Office of Indian Affairs, Southern Superintendency. Quote, "Some persons living among the Indians are not deemed Indian for their color." Damn. You know how I said earlier that they had militias marching tribes on the Trail of Tears? This is from the Tennessee Militia Journal, 1835. This is a militiaman talking about the Indians that he's marching on the Trail of Tears. Quote, "The darker sort among them we took for Negroes and did not add to the Indian tally." End quote. Damn. U.S. Census Bureau. This is a complaint letter. 1876. This is a complaint that people are making to the U.S. Census Bureau. Quote, "The Indian people who are of dark skin are rarely set down as Indian by the enumerators." End quote. Enumerators conduct the census. So they're saying that Indians with dark skin are not recorded as Indian on the census. What are we talking about? Did someone say I have no proof, no sources? What? Huh? Damn.
And I'm about to get ready to wrap it up, but now he's trying to say what you proved is that they came in different shades and colors, but they weren't black. So you see how the semantics keep changing, because all of these terms are relatively new, right? It's just like how you said, like, there was Moors, Blackamoors, they were calling people swarthy, you know what I mean? There were multiple indigenous people, but they had various tribes, you know what I mean? So yes, like the concept of blackness is a modern term, but he's trying to reach back and try to erase your indigenous heritage to make blackness synonymous with Africa. And that's what they've always done. But these people will say that they believe in the racial construct. So you believe that Negroid is a race in that racial construct. Well, not all Negroids come from Africa.
Okay. And if you think that all Negroids come out from Africa, you're quoting a racist anthropologist named Charles Darwin. I hope you know that.
Who's historically documented for being racist, but then you're supposed to discount that when it suits your narrative and stuff like that, right? Yeah. And then when they buy into, okay, well, you know, and mind you, there's no race called Africa, right? And when they did, and before they had the racial socially construct of Negroid, before they were calling them Ethiopian, right? That's what they would call Negroids before. Guinea, all of these are like euphemisms for, you know, for Negroes, right? So when they say that the American Indian looks like an Ethiopian, and Ethiopians are widely accepted as black, and they're saying, hey, American Indians, y'all look just like those other black folks. All they're saying is that a jaguar looks like a leopard. They really do look like each other, but a jaguar is not a leopard.
And they compared us to Africans because that's the only thing Europeans had as a frame of reference for richly melanated people.
Correct. And that's the same thing they do with these markers, right? They'll get a bunch of markers from Africa, and then you take a DNA test and it's like your marker went back to Africa. But like you said, there were no genetic markers for the Choctaw, the Cherokee and stuff. So they put a bunch of your DNA in a pool with a bunch of African samples and say, hey, look,
read the fine print on the DNA test. They're literally testing 0.01% of your overall DNA. 0.01, not even a 1% of your DNA. Not even 1% is what they're testing. And all they do is give you guesstimates of, oh, you're 10% Nigerian, 20% Ghanaian, 30%. Guys, you know what a DNA test can do? It can link you to a scene of a crime, and it can link you to blood relatives. So if you want us to all think that we descend from West African slaves who were shipped here, why, when we do DNA tests, does it not link us to blood relatives on the continent of Africa? We should have a bunch of 6 cousins in Nigeria, a 10th cousin in Ghana. It don't link us to not one blood relative on the continent of Africa, but it links us to a bunch of blood relatives here in the Americas. Why is that?
And I'm supposed to excuse that. And the thing is, I've seen people, they get linked to even their European bloodline, because that's what it is to be what people will call a native foundational American. We have been a mixed group, right? You know, because even the free men, the free indigenous, is you didn't pass the paper bag test, so you got to be subjected to the same treatment, right? So we do have a very, very unique admixture that's completely different than any other group. To just try to erase that, to try to pretend as if we have some fake solidarity based on our level of melanin. Vivek Ramaswamy has melanin. We don't have the same lineage. Dinesh D'Souza, we don't have the same lineage or heritage or anything like that. So this whole, just overly, and it's a concerted effort, but now they're ramping it up to truly Africanize us and stuff, to just try to put the final nail in the coffin. Because another thing they keep saying is not only we're all from Africa and that this is a nation of immigrants, and we're all immigrants. And that's extremely disrespectful to the indigenous people and even the people that were the formerly enslaved, because there's no definition that you can enslave someone and consider that immigration. So that's just one. But just trying to just erase the indigenous people and say, hey, this is a nation of immigrants. Okay, what about the indigenous people?
Hey, the indigenous people were made slaves in their own land. Let's talk about it.
But they're not immigrants. And that's the key word. They just keep throwing that word out here, and so much that it desensitizes you. They had the dude Zoran Mamdani. Do you know who that is? The New York mayor.
Oh, Mayor Madani. Yeah. I never heard his first name before.
His name is Zoran Mamdani.
Zoro,
So did you know
on some Power Rangers type shit? Zordon. No.
Did you know when he tried to get in college, he checked that he was an African American?
Oh, I'm not surprised. That one Indian comedian girl, Mindy something, her brother got caught doing the same thing. He's a dark skinned, like Hindu, red dot on the head, Indian, and he was African American so he can get scholarships and shit. Yeah. They've been doing this for a long time.
And so Zoran was going around talking about this nation was built by immigrants and all this stuff. And then people checked him like, bruh, actually New York wasn't built by immigrants. And then he tried to walk it back, etc. But yeah, this is the new play going forward to desensitize you. They're not even talking about indigenous people anymore. And when they do, it's in the context of, hey, no one's illegal on stolen land, which is one of the most idiotic statements, right? Because the land wasn't stolen from you. So because the land was stolen from indigenous, that means
you get to come sneak over here. Like and most of them Latin Americans who say that dumb shit are literally descendants of European conquistadors. Like, okay.
And that's why it pisses me off. Because you're trying to come over here and say no one's illegal on stolen land. But if I go to their homeland, they're going to say, bro, you're not getting in here and you haven't fought for birthright citizenship in your home, but you want to be able to just come over here and drop an anchor baby in my homeland. So I'm extremely against that, the whole no one's illegal, because right now, imagine this. I steal your car, right? And then someone say, well, no driver is illegal in a stolen car. Let me drive that thing too. It's like, come on, bruh.
Yeah. If you get pulled over in a stolen car, you getting arrested and charged whether you originally stole it or not. Motherfucker, it's a stolen car.
But also, if it's stolen, why would you want to partake in this nefarious activity? So if this land was supposedly stolen, why would you want to join in? Like if this land was stolen and you want to come over here, if there was a RICO charge, you would be included with it. You're a complicit with the crime.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really think that's the flex that people try to say. No one's illegal on stolen land, and everyone that says that, bro, their countries have strict borders.
Yeah. And most people don't know unless they really understand American colonialism. Immigrants have always been used as the #1 weapon against indigenous Black Americans. How did they take us over? First, they hit us with biological warfare. Then they just kept flooding immigrants and more immigrants and more immigrants and more immigrants and more immigrants till finally they get 13 colonies. And then they expand that into the South during the 1830s, and then shipping more immigrants and more immigrants and more immigrants and more immigrants. After the Civil War, what did they do? They shipped a bunch of European immigrants over, gave them farms and land and farming
remember
colleges.
the Homestead Act?
Homestead, yeah. And they told them, listen, y'all was some poor plebs in Europe, but you come over here, give me your poor and your needy, and we gonna give you land, we gonna give you wealth. All you got to do is shit on these Black indigenous folk, lynch them, Jim Crow them, segregate them. As long as you follow that propaganda, as long as you follow that program, you can be a white. And you can get all this land we giving out. Come on.
Now, you can't be Anglo, but you could be white, right? Because there's a hierarchy in the whiteness, right? You're not white. You're not the pinnacle of whiteness. However, you're going to be put above the niggas. And they were like, all right, sign me up.
Fodder. All they ever were cannon fodder. That's how the Carolinas were established. There was something called Spanish La Florida, where the Spanish had colonized Florida all the way to Louisiana, parts of California as well, but they literally called it La Florida. And Florida at one point in time was not the modern state that we know it as. It went from the state of Florida to Louisiana. They actually had a West Florida, and then they had Florida. Guess what the British folks did? They got a bunch of whores and debt slaves from Europe to form the Carolina colonies, to use them as cannon fodder, as a buffer zone between the Spanish and the British in the 13 colonies. Most Europeans that came over here were whores, slaves, or debtors. You can look it up. More Europeans were trafficked here as slaves than Africans that were trafficked to North America as slaves. There's a book called White Cargo.
And they don't talk about the Dark Ages as well. They were over there failing.
Right here,
Yeah, they were failing, bro, over there. And many of them come because they'll talk about that we come from slave lineage, and that's fine. We'll lean into the atrocities that we endured, but it's like, bro, you came from a peasant lineage. You were failing, bro. And
what's this book called, B-Eazy?
The Untold History of Enslavement of Whites.
The top. Go from the top to the bottom.
Oh, they were white and they were slaves.
They were white and they were slaves. The Untold History of the Enslavement of Whites in Early America. That's just one book. Here's another book. This book is called White Cargo. And this is an excerpt from the book White Cargo. If I can bring this up real quick, the white card in the back. Check this out. White Cargo, the forgotten story of thousands of white Britons who lived and died in bondage in Britain's American colonies. In the 17th and 18th centuries, more than 300,000 white people were shipped to America as slaves. Urchins. What's an urchin? An urchin is like a poor homeless kid in London. Urchins were swept up from London streets to labor in tobacco fields, where life expectancy was no more than 2 years. Brothels, aka hoe houses, were raided to provide breeders for Virginia. Hopeful migrants were duped into signing as indentured servants, unaware they would become personal property who could be bought, sold, and even gambled away. Transported convicts were paraded for sale like livestock. But when they do their slavery movies every few years, they're never going to show you any white slaves on the plantation, any little white boys in the Virginia tobacco fields dying after a couple years. They ain't gonna show you a white man at the slave auction block being bought, sold, or gambled away. This is why if you talk to the average white American and ask them, what are you? They're gonna say white. No. Like, what country are you from? Oh, I don't know, like Germany or Europe or something. They're insecure.
They usually say a bunch of stuff. Germany, Scottish, a little bit of Scottish, a little Irish.
They're so insecure about talking about their family's lineage because they came over here as slaves. I've got some German ancestry. Guess what? My German ancestor was sent here as a slave. I got it documented. But most white folks don't want to talk about this. They want to act like they just white and they built this country. They got it out the mud. No, you wasn't shit in Europe. And the only way you can finally be something is if you came over here as a pawn for the elite and took out some Black indigenous folks.
And like my boy John says, it gets deep and it gets deeper. Yeah, that's some heavy stuff you're dropping on.
Right. It gets real deep. But yeah, I got to get out of here, brother. Are you planning on keeping this live stream up on your page?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. Well, if it's cool with you, I'm gonna clip up, our time here together and probably run it on my channel sometime next week because it was a hell of a
Oh yeah,
conversation.
feel free, bro. It's 4 hours, so you can run the whole thing. You can clip it up or whatever. But yeah, this was an unexpected, fruitful stream. It completely shifted the direction that I was gonna go. I mean, I was just gonna talk about. I'll come back tomorrow because I just want to touch on Kamala Harris trying to rerun for president, but it's a nothing burger. But I think this one was more fruitful, anyways. And Lex says, "Thank you, Mike TV, for coming through."
You're welcome.
Lex, one of the great supporters. I call her Chocolate Glow. But yeah, bro, you got a lot of love. And then, of course, it was a lot of this person saying that you're Delulu and all this other stuff. But like, they have nothing. Notice they didn't challenge any facts that you presented. It's
I'm
just
very familiar with Laser. Laser has been stalking my page for a couple years now. I'm very familiar with the troll that is Laser. He saw Mike up here and he was like, "Oh shit."
Because to be honest, this is the first time I've ever seen this person, but now it makes sense
across the internet. Yeah.
Oh damn, you got your own little personal. You got
some African groupies. So what can I say? I didn't ask for them. Okay.
Yeah. But like, yeah. So shout out to Black Loki. But yeah, so I'm gonna get ready to shut her down and go ahead, Mike. I'm gonna put you on the Summer Jam screen. Let people know where they can find your stuff and give some closing remarks.
Yeah, so if you want to find me on YouTube, name of my YouTube channel is Mike TV. And for anybody who's looking to get some of these historical documents, or maybe you need help with tracing your family's genealogy, just go to nativeblack.ancestry.com. I built that website out with tons of historical references to help you on your journey of discovery. And yeah, that's all I really got for you. Just really trying to motivate Black folks to do their genealogy. Because for one, when you do your genealogy, you find that your ancestors were never shipped here from no Africa. For two, a lot of us, when we do our genealogy, we find that our ancestors are actually documented owning hundreds of acres of land. And for three, not all of us even descend from plantation slaves, especially if you got ancestry from Louisiana, Georgia, Alabama, the Carolinas, Virginia, Delaware. I mean, there's huge demographics of free persons of color during the Civil War, before the Civil War. So, instead of believing the lies that we were all force-fed in school, we've got to do the independent research on our own, because they ain't never going to teach us this.
No, facts, bro. And you came through and you dropped some heavy gems for people. So yeah, man, I subbed you up. When you going live again? So I have to come to check you out.
Well, technically I'm live right now on my channel running a bit of a replay, but no, I'll be live Monday. Yeah. Y'all be live Monday.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll definitely pull up. And Lex, she says she's subbed to you. Are you on any other platforms? Like
I'm on TikTok. Yeah.
TikTok? Okay, cool. How can we find you on TikTok?
TikTok, the name is Native Black Ancestry. And then I also just started a Facebook page and an Instagram page. So if y'all just look up Native Black Ancestry on most social medias, I'll pop up. But on YouTube, the name of the channel is Mike TV.
Cool, man. I appreciate you coming through, man. Like, you came through and dropped some heavy gems, bro. So appreciate, you enlightening, the audience, bro.
Yeah,
and yeah,
each one teach one.
Yeah, for sure, man. So I'm gonna go ahead and you can drop down at any time. I'm gonna get ready to shut this stream down. Cool. Make sure y'all go sub to Mike TV. RIP. So yes, it's about that time. Salute to Chocolate Glow. You've been rocking in here, and bada boom, bada bam. Go to nativeblack.ancestry.com. Mike TV, he came over here. He had his chef apron and his chef hat on. Mike TV came and cooked. So this person says, I'm new here. Are y'all saying Black folks weren't the victim of chattel slavery? No, that's not what we're saying. And what Black folks are you talking about? Well, we're standing on I've been here 4 hours. You're gonna have to rewind the stream. But no, we were the victims of chattel slavery. But what we're saying is not every one of us came from Africa, right? Many of us did come from Africa. Many of us were indigenous and were reclassified, remixed. You know what I mean? So that's the claim. And there's evidence to back this up as well. So I know many people have been fixated on making us this just generic African group. But yeah, and Laser Laser said, your black features are from Africa. Laser, you've already proven to be a low IQ lunatic and a loser because you won't even hit the link. You've had all this time to hit the link, but now that Mike told me that you are a pathetic stalker, it makes sense though. But salute to Laser though, because Laser, not only are you a loser and a lunatic and low IQ, you are entertaining though. So I'll give you that. Like your incompetence is rather amusing. So shout out to Laser. And shout out to Lex because you had to deal with the lunacy of Laser. So salute to Lex. Like I sincerely appreciate you for sticking this one out. You just followed last year. You followed who? Did you? I don't think you followed me. And McFly says, I'm a Southerner. I'll look into the Native ancestry. Have a wonderful evening. Yeah, now some of us do have Native ancestry. Some of us have African ancestry. Most of us have an amalgamation of both. Some of it may be more of one or the other. But either way, we focus on the mixture rather than saying the blood quantum. You have X amount of percentage of Negro blood and this X amount of percentage of indigenous, because what indigenous people are we talking about? They want to make it as if this was this mythical Asiatic red man and this was the person who just populated this entire continent. This continent is massive, right? And what we presently call the United States today, not the continent of America, just the United States. Christopher Columbus didn't even set foot in what's presently called the United States. So how could he have discovered it, right? But like Lex says, we were already here, and we were, many of us, right? And Braxton, I thought you was going to come up, but Braxton is still here, the New Orleans family. But yeah, so I'm going to play a series of videos and I'm going to get ready to shut her down. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world. Y'all chose to be here with me, at least momentarily. And for that, I thank you. McFly says, down south, we have each other's ancestry. At least my family does. It's normal here. You and I are probably related. Are you from Alabama? Because my family is from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. So McFly, maybe we are related. If the continent of Africa has multiple ethnic groups, multiple phenotypes, etc., why don't they think the same is true with America's? And this is what I always talk about, right? When they talk about the North Africans, they try to pretend as if they're not even African. They try to call them Middle Eastern, Mediterranean, anything but African, when it's really in the name that they're African, right? But they understand when you look at the Berbers, there's no race called Berber. There were Arabic looking Berbers, but then again, there's no race called Arab, right? The original Arabs are black. There's no race called Muslim. It's a bunch of black Muslims. They say in the transatlantic slave trade, they estimate 30 to 40% of the enslaved people were Muslim. So people know how diverse the continent of Africa is, but they want to pretend as if the so-called Turtle Island was just this one Asiatic red man just pervading through the entire continent. I mean, come on now. It's just a make-believe story. And McFly, I'm gonna have to call you cousin McFly. What up with my cousin McFly, right? So, let me know when it's the next cookout, cousin. But yeah, I appreciate Mike TV. Bro came through, tore the house down. He was cooking better than Bobby Flay. So it won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. But just in case, here is a friendly reminder. Time for a like intermission. We kindly request that you show love to the channel's creator and platform by leaving a like, sharing, commenting, and subscribing. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell to stay up to date with all the latest content. Liking posts is completely free and helps the algorithm boost our reach. We want to grow the community larger and larger. So thank you all who take the time to support us. It does mean the world to us and doesn't go unnoticed. So this is the moment where I wind the stream down. Hopefully y'all stick around to the end. I'm going to play some intriguing and enchanting visuals. Stick to the end. My friends, hit your boy with a like. And Laser says, I do respect that you are respectful. Yeah, I tried to be as respectful as possible. I did throw some jokes, some ad hominems, some insults, but you know, welcome to the Thunderdome. You were saying a lot of sleazy, greasy stuff in the chat, but like I said, salute to you, Laser. It makes for a more entertaining stream. So salute to Laser. And before we get up out of here, I gotta hit ya. Yeah. Hey. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah. Hey. Shit so hot it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. I bring the pain like an aftermath of a car wreck. There's a lot of niggas that say they real. To me, that shit is far-fetched. Them cats is pussy. They really is on some feminine stuff. I rock up on them with the 40 ounces. The definition of adrenaline rush. What it do is sweet like cinnamon puffer. My niggas is rough like Brillo Pass. Grew up out on Mary Mac, but I used to hang on Willow Pass. These birds that I roll with, outcasts and misfits. Set a zip lips so you get hit when the fifth spit. Flat line in your pit. Trap habits is black magic, no voodoo. Get the bands like Goku for the cocaine to go cuckoo. Most these niggas is foo-foo, so I'm shitting on them like doo-doo. I can't fuck with y'all like tofu. I'm just saying, man, like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss. I call shots cause it's still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on shite racket and fly back out to Milwaukee. When they hear me flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookies to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. When you hear me flow, say I be burning up, burning up. Cookies to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up.
B-Eazy Dat Dude. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah, they know the name. B-Eazy Dat Dude.
You ain't know. Let's just be easy. Hey, hey. Let's just be easy. That dude. Be easy. Is that dude? You hear me? You feel me? Ooh, ooh, ooh. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah. Be easy. Be easy, he is that dude. Ooh.
so he can get the job done. He about to reign supreme if you thought his run would soon end. He just getting started though, so go ahead and tune in. Be easy, he is that dude. Ooh, 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 he is that dude.
If you feel the vibe, like, share, and subscribe. We growing on this journey. Come and take a ride. If you wanna slide with that dude, be easy. We going all the way to the top, believe me. All the way to the top, believe me.
Okay, so actually, I think I got one more to hit y'all with. I was looking for it, I couldn't find it. Where the hell is this thing at? Okay, here you go.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Follow. Be easy. You know you want to.
We're waiting.